Good afternoon, chat. I'm going to give people a chance to show up before we get started, but Nicole, you are going to be rivaling us for live magic degeneracy here. If you were around pretty late in chat yesterday, so I'm impressed to see you awake. Both of us have struggled to get up today, and this is going to definitely curtail any thoughts I ever have of any sort of like promotion where I do a 12 or 24 hour stream in the future, because we're going to stream for a long time, 13 or 14 hours today, and I expect that it's going to put me in the hospital. So we're going to get started in a couple minutes, giving chat a chance to show up, giving Andrew a chance to show up, and then we will watch the first day of the regional championship. We'll make up a little bit of time in day one by fast forwarding through sideboarding in some places, or I don't know if the last thing that happens in each video is the last spell being cast, or if there's, players shaking hands and shuffling and stuff, we get to skip that. The day one playlist should be about 4 hours, 45 minutes long. So I'm expecting this stream to be done at approximately 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 hours from now. And then we'll have a 2-hour dinner break before day two starts, where we'll see the end of Swiss, then the finals of the GP, and then the top 8 of this regional championship. It looks like they're going to make the players play in the feature match area on these expressive iteration playmats, which I think I'm excited for, but they're also slightly busy, so like color-wise. So I'm a little concerned about seeing all of the action on the battlefield because of it. Definitely when I saw that the RC competitors were getting these playmats, I thought, damn, those are cool. But now that I'm actually seeing what it looks like to commentate a match with that as the background, I agree. It is a bit distracting. So I thought I was going to be able to link deck lists for this event, but Melee crashed last night after round 9 of the Standard Cup. I don't know if it crashed because of the Standard Cup or because of something else that happened somewhere else in Melee's database or whatever, but we never got deck lists for the GP, and this tournament doesn't have deck lists listed at the moment either. They're exchanging physical decks in Europe instead of deck lists. That's awesome. Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's definitely a strain on the system, and I think that whatever happened in for them to add round 9 when they did was a little sketchy, because there was a challenge getting round 9 set up, and then a challenge getting the top 8 finalized last night. Like, I noticed that the rounds were not numbered consecutively, so I guess the Standard Cup had a bigger turnout than they were expecting. While I'm thinking of it, let me have the Melee page for this available. There are in fact 178 players. Oh wait, this is wrong. I just assumed there would only be one autocomplete It's 250 even. I just assumed there would be only one autocomplete that started 6-5, which is the first 2 digits of the melee code here, but that was wrong. Okay, Andrew will show up in a minute, and we will get started. We are going to start by watching one of the preeminent Japanese players, Yuuki Ichikawa. He's playing against Nakayama Taisei, which is a name I do not recognize, but I'm curious now to see if I can find anything out about his history. Nakayama Taisei. I don't see him in the ELO project, so this is one of those welcome to the show moments where you show up, get paired against a big name, and wind up on the feature match. Let me make sure I have Firefox set up as well. Might as well put the playlist over here on the screen where I'm watching the videos. And if you're curious about where this is coming from, I'll drop the link in chat to this playlist, which has the Day 1 Regional Championship videos, as well as the link to where the live stream will be, which starts in approximately 7 hours. Chat, you're also going to have to help me today to make sure that the info screen that I have up is either present or not between rounds. Because I'm managing OBS on monitor number 3 today, and it's going to be easy for me to forget where things are located. But trying a different configuration of stuff than I normally have. Unfortunately, between the combination of Melee having crashed, these rounds being pre-recorded, we don't have a metagame at this stage, but I'm sure that they'll start the Day 2 stream with what the RC metagame, at least the Day 2 surviving decks, has turned out to be. So it will be a little bit of time before we find out, and we'll just have to kind of infer based on what we're seeing in the top tables what exactly people have brought to the table. I overheard on the stream between rounds yesterday that the RC metagame was definitely slightly different from that of the GP. I think it was skewed slightly more towards Analyst in the same way that it was in Europe. But I don't have exact numbers or percentages for you. All right, I vote we start watching. Andrew will be here shortly. We will pick up the action at the start of round 1. So there's only one match that's recorded each round. It will not be like a backup feature or whatever. We just need to hope that the one match that we have is of sufficient quality. I see some Aftermath analysts on the left, so it looks like Taisei has brought Colossal Sky Turtle and friends. And we'll see what Yuuki is working with. The answer is not those cards. Can we tell as he's shuffling? What he's going to do to combat this. So this is round 1 of 12 in the regional championship. There will be a cut after round 7. The cut is ostensibly 5-2 or top 64, but the way it works is that means top 64. So anyone who's 5-2 will be safe. And usually it gets down into the top couple of 4 and 3s. Sometimes people ID into day 2, but it's not that common. I can almost see what's going on. I definitely see at least basic island. I thought I saw a blue-black land. We'll know in a minute. No, Yuki's going to 5. So from the perspective of, welcome to the feature match area, first big event, you're playing against a big name on camera. Can't ask for much more than to have them then go to 5. Ooh. Okay, so there's Taisei's list. And this might be a reasonable place to pause it and wait for Andrew to finally show up. Yeah, the one Archmage's Charm jumped out at me as a card that I don't typically see. How do you feel about coverage / melee having the mystery booster playtest card Pick Your Poison over there in the sideboard? That's the second thing that I noticed. I guess Charm is, like, you have a couple of toolbox creatures in Shigeki and Sky Turtle and stuff, Bonnie Paul. So with these sort of random silver bullets, Charm being a second copy of whichever one you actually want to go find at that moment, does seem somewhat appealing. I wonder if we're going to get to see Yuki's list. We'll play on for a minute. I understand that this feature match area is not super populated, given that there was no live stream for day 1, so there's no backup features or whatever. But man, does it look like they're just kind of playing in an abandoned shopping mall. All right, 2 cards have gone below decks, and the first play is, oh, okay, a Venerated Rot Priest. So the jig is up on Yuki's side. It is toxic. And Yuuki follows up with Skrelv's Hive, which will put a fair amount of pressure on Taisei. That's not something that you can just sweep up with a single World Souls Rage or whatever. On the other hand, a 1/3 will do a pretty good job at neutering the stream of 1/1 tokens for the moment. It is just Seachrome Coast Pass. So the fort has been held down. And the next attempt at an analyst has been countered. So Taisei just fetches island. Now has all 3 colors. Scrub's Hive makes a new little friend. And in we come with our 2 creatures. So Taisei should be on 3 poison now. I'm guessing that X on the analyst means it's not blocking, so it's going to attack through the might. Yuuki goes to 17, and we're going to play an ill-timed explosion. So draw 2, discard 2, and then wrath the board. Memory Deluge will knock everything for 4. And of course, Squirrel's Hive sort of cares, but sort of doesn't care, as a new might is immediately created. Land for turn Mirex, pass back. But certainly the early threat that Yuuki was able to produce, I mean, he was only on 5 cards, has been dealt with. And now we have Nissa. And Nissa is going to go immediately make 2 mana via 2 land drops. How do you feel about this little card for floating mana that Taisei has, where you could put the dice on the little sections for the different colors? I think that's pretty sweet. All right, so we're either going to find another Nissa or another Analyst, and it looks like the first thing the deck produced was a Nissa. So that should be in hand. Whoop, there we go. Yeah, I agree that from this angle it's a little awkward. At least red, blue, and green are different heights, at like a different, Y coordinates on the card. So because of that, we can tell them apart. But it should be slightly less cluttered than when people have like, an unsleeved island and unsleeved forest and dice on those. All right, so we're going to play Kellen, investigate, and more or less a growth spiral, and we crack the clue to use the rest of our mana. And it looks like Yuuki has flooded to oblivion and has decided that this game is not worth continuing, so players will now go to sideboards. Okay, let me pause here, get our co-host in, and analyze this analyst deck.
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon, Andrew.
Okay, so I take it that I'm audible then.
I can hear you. Maybe chat can confirm that they can also hear you.
Okay, nice.
Let me share my screen to you via Discord.
Okay.
Since we'll be jumping through videos and or pausing in some places, and I think keeping us together otherwise would be pretty challenging. So, Andrew, you have missed one game.
All right.
We are watching Analyst against Toxic. Yuuki Ichikawa playing Toxic, mulled to 5, and flooded out horribly.
All right. Sounds good.
I don't know if I would consider it a game or possibly a non-game.
Perhaps an experience.
Yeah, that's about right.
All right.
So players are now sideboarding. You can get a look at the analyst list here on the screen. I unfortunately cannot give you a link to the list on Melee because the Melee page for this tournament doesn't have deck lists right now.
That's awkward.
So right after round 9 of the GP, the Standard Cup last night, Melee crashed horribly, and I could actually show my I don't know if this is on the thing that is being shared to you on Discord, but this is the Melee page that I was using last night, and it just has a runtime error.
Oh my god. All right.
So what wound up happening is that I waited some amount of time to see whether or not they were going to actually like play the top 8 out, and they said there was going to be another delay, and I gave up. So you bounced out of the stream at the right time because it was another 45 minutes before I decided I wasn't going to see Magic before like 7 a.m.
I see. All right.
Anyway, back to this. So
all right. So this is Toxic versus Temur, right?
Correct.
Okay. So Toxic versus Temur is traditionally considered to be a Toxic favored matchup because Temur heavily relies on its life gain to kind of, get it through that early game against aggressive decks such as Toxic, and obviously that does not work here. However, if you look at Carson's data, or really most standard data that's been around recently, what it will tell you is this matchup is close-ish. You'd rather be on the Toxic side still, but because Temur has so many sweepers, because its plan A is so proactive and powerful, even though Toxic is sort of structurally favored, the matchup is quite close. Now, as far as the specific list here by Taisei, he actually, unfortunately, is playing Seismic Wave as his kind of aggro sweeper of choice, which has a non-artifact clause. And that tends to make it not very effective against Toxic relative to something like Vampire's Vengeance. So that's what I would say with this entire situation. I am aware of that, Jarvis. I don't think that's likely to come up against Toxic, of all places, but you never know for sure, I guess. Yeah, as far as other tools in the Temur deck sideboard, Mightboard and Trinkle Fillback, it's basically Flame Tongue Kavu. Could consider some of this larger stuff, but most of it I think is going to be too slow to really be worth it.
Well, we're going to get both lists at the same
time? I
time?
did not catch that. That's Pick Your Poison.
Yeah, that is Pick Your Poison. It is a goofy looking Pick Your Poison, but it's the mystery booster fake Pick Your Poison and not the legit one, but
yeah, that's hilarious. But regardless, their Pick Your Poisons of whatever variety they are probably going to come in. Can make the opponent sack, a Skrylev's Hive, get enough value, I think, to be worth it for 1 mana card, keep you alive and kicking. Also, if it happens to be the other one, you can always play it as an Infest, so keep that in mind as well. But yeah, I guess that's about what I have to say about the sort of situation here. So let's see. On the Toxic side, I'm not sure the Toxic player is going to adjust their deck that much post-board. Definitely, these Bring the Endings might come in. Just counter magic, stop your opponent doing their thing. Team has a lot of expensive cards in general. If your opponent has a lot of expensive cards, counter spells are good. Magic 101. But his deck's pretty well suited to fight the matchup in game 1 and doesn't have, kind of any obvious bad cards, I would say. I don't fully understand why Getaway Glamour is in our deck. Is something I'll mention. Like, what's the
card that you're hoping to tag with it?
Yeah, I'm not sure I get the joke. I get that you can target Rot Priest. Like, if you Rot Priest play, you can blink one of your own things and then give them a poison.
Or is it like blow out a counter, like a removal spell on Rot Priest / kill their Bat Gods or something? Like, I don't know exactly what it is that they're hoping to, like, where the whether the two sides of the card have enough utility to add up to 1.0 cards or not.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just that blink mode that might give them a poison is just Yuki thinks that just is enough value to justify it, even though you won't always have enough mana to do kind of the full both halves wombo combo. Hmm. It's interesting though. It's interesting for sure.
Should we get Jarvis in on the call for a round or two?
I don't know. We could.
I mean, I think
this is
any amount of. I mean, we're going to be streaming for like 14 hours, so
yeah. I mean,
any amount
some
of
absurd number of hours.
yeah that could be distributed so that it's like slightly less than 0.5 round players for round commentators for a round would be nice for me, I think.
Well, yeah. I mean, I could also take some sort of break if we want to do something like that. I don't know.
Sure.
I,
Well, that's
I
something
wouldn't mind that.
that you can sort out with him. But while players are sideboarding, I'll also sideboard over here in Discord. Then I'll share the screen that has the actual okay, in theory we should have two commentators shortly. Sorry, chat, for doing this on the fly.
Well, I was supposed to be somewhere else, then my car tire blew out, so then I went home instead.
Oh no.
But it's okay.
That that is rough for you, but possibly fortunate for me and chat.
So I was also watching the European one this morning, which is kind of nice. Actually, I still have it on in another window. There's a lot of Toxic doing well.
Interesting.
Okay, I think I'm back now.
Yes,
you
are. Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I think there's a lot of Toxic doing well in Europe as well. So it's kind of interesting. We might see more of that in the US one too.
Game 2 is underway. Both players have kept 7 cards, and we lead with Crawling Chorus. So talk to me about what determines kind of the quality of a Toxic draw. What is it that we're looking to see from Yuuki here?
A lot of Rot Priests, in my opinion. Like two,
Yeah,
I mean, I think is borderline unbeatable for Analyst if they have March.
Certainly, the ceiling on a toxic draw is very high. In theory, your opponent could play 3 Rot Priests and like kill you on turn 3.
Sure.
It's pretty difficult. I'm not saying that we're likely to see that, but I do sort of agree with Jarvis that for every Rot Priest Yuuki draws, Taisei's win percentage goes down X% or whatever.
Alright, land for turn is the Seed Core, and we'll deploy another Crawling Chorus. So the Analyst that was played was tagged by miscalculation, whatever the Toxic flavored miscalculation is.
Bring the ending.
Yes, thank you.
Jinx. Both Andrew and I said at the same time.
All right, Experimental Augury is the end step play, and that opens the door to sweeping up the front half of these 2 Crawling Choruses.
So when was the Seismic Wave cast?
I believe it was cast in Is it an instant? I thought it was cast in response to.
No, it is. The problem is letting the mites hit you is kind of a downside as well. Is what I'm saying.
Sure, this is gonna turn corrupted on. If it isn't, or already, did he already take one from the first
He's
one?
already
And then a pair?
corrupted from the proliferate.
Yeah, I don't know if you can manage it, but if you wait until Yuki's upkeep to cast a seismic wave, it might actually end up better for you. Even though obviously now you know you can resolve it.
Sure.
Yes, I agree with Jarvis. I don't like this EOT play because you force through the card, but you also sort of ensure that your card accomplishes nothing.
And now the Merrick's Knights might just be lethal in like 3 turns by itself, you know, because of that extra, 2 poison in that 1 turn.
Right.
Yeah,
I think
I do admit that if you go for a Yuki's upkeep, probably Yuki will counter it, but at least he'll have to counter it instead of just not caring about your spell.
Yeah.
All right, Nissa versus the world. And the world.
Nissa no land is really awkward.
Yeah. We'll have to
I mean,
decide now whether this one is a game or a non-game because it is getting close.
I think this is the game. Like, he cast a 1/3, he cast a 3/3, he cast a seismic wave. It's just this is the inherent strength of Toxic in the matchup.
Yeah, I don't think Taisei's draw is like embarrassing. In fact, I often think that the best way to fight Toxic is with blockers, and Taisei's draw has done a good job of presenting blockers.
So he ultimately makes the decision that he does not want to lose Nissa to the Seed Core, and so takes all 3 mites in the face, going to 8 poison. It looks like there is an ill-timed explosion, which really lives up to the name here.
Who is it ill-timed for is the real question. That's always the question, I think. So funny thing about ill-timed explosion, just for people at home, is it actually creates another trigger once you discard the cards. So this is helpful for people playing the RC next weekend. You can actually Urtai the trigger and just let them cast the spell, just to get more information.
I've Tidebinder the trigger in the past.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. It's worded like Hypothesis, essentially.
Well, but if you Urtai the trigger, you do let your opponent get kind of Faithless Looting. Sort of.
Yeah. I think that there was some situation where it was better for me to do that. I can't remember exactly what it was, because Standard is actually pretty complex, I think, in a lot of ways. Just because the card pool is so enormous now.
Yes, well, I think my general take on Standard right now is that I think it's much more about...
Wow.
Oh.
That's lethal.
That's...
Yeah.
Well, okay, so there's your answer as to what this Getaway Glamour is doing in there.
Oh, that was nice. Flicker my own thing, kill your thing, trigger the Rot Freeze for the last 2 lethal. And I think it all came back to the seismic wave turn, honestly.
Yeah, I think Taisei kind of screwed that turn up.
I think it kind of looked like he was going to lose anyways, but he didn't give himself an out to not... Like, it could have been so much better for him, I guess, is the better way of putting it, right?
Yes. Sorry, is there a game 3 or did Toxic win 2-0? I didn't see
No,
the
there will be a game 3. Yeah.
The Temur somehow won game 1, which is a pretty rare thing in this matchup. This is one of the matchups, like, I'm probably going to play Temur next weekend, depending on results from the multiple RCs. I think this matchup is pretty bad if your opponent's at all good, and Yuki's definitely good.
Yeah, I think I'm a little higher on Team Chance's matchup than you are, but I certainly agree you'd rather be on the Toxic side.
Yeah, it's just, I played a lot of games versus deck. If they're patient, you kind of die. They can also have a fast draw and just, like, Delver you, and you also die. And also, like, your window to actually kill them is very narrow and is very draw dependent. So I think I would rather be on the Toxic side, personally.
No, I don't think there's any doubt that Toxic's favored. It's just, I think that the discussion around this matchup is mostly about how favored Toxic is.
Well, for me, it's less about that and more about what do the game's Temur win looks like. And it's mostly like play blocker, like survive for a bit, then like hopefully sneak in a big spell at some point because that's how you win.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right.
Like I think win percentages are mostly meaningless, and play patterns of how games you win look and how games you lose look is way more important. Wait, there's an Archer's Charm?
Yeah, yeah,
What
yeah.
the fuck?
There,
That does not seem very good to me, honestly.
that is the one really spicy meatball in Taisei's list.
Yeah, but it's GGG for like an effect that you don't really need.
Yeah, I wonder
I don't.
what the logic was. Like, I guess
Well,
my thought was,
so
there's like a Shigeki, a Sky Turtle. There's these random one ofs, and like to have an extra copy of them is
yeah,
something. But I don't know if it's. I don't think any modes on that card add up to 1.0 cards, especially given
not
the
in this
cost.
deck. In the Lotus Field deck, they add up into like an enormous amount of cards, obviously for
Yeah.
many reasons. But in this deck, I kind of feel like that card's probably just worse than Spelunking most of the time, if I had to guess.
Oh, I think it's a lot worse. I mean, okay, here's
Yeah.
the thing you have to understand about Temur fundamentally. So Temur is a constructed deck. It's obviously one of the better decks in
Thank
standard.
you
Some would say
for
the best.
telling.
Hold
Wait, would you
on.
say it's a 60 card constructed deck?
Okay, but the mana base of Temur is
Is
like
bad.
if your red
Yeah.
green seal deck was splashing a blue card.
Yes. That
I
is
mean,
that is accurate.
that I
Well,
understand that sounds absurd, but like seriously, I get that the deck's mana is not good. Now it's functional. I'm not trying to say the mana is so bad you shouldn't play Temur, but
I
when you're
agree.
like, I'm gonna put a GG card in the deck, my response is you can't cast that card.
I agree with
Like,
that. I think fundamentally you will be able to cast that card late in the game, but that's not where like Team already shines in late games. Like why even bother? That's not really fixing anything. Um yeah, it's very weird to me to see that card. And also the reality is you see a lot of your one-ofs because you can drag games out. And what happens in the late game of Teamer is all of the lands are removed from your deck. So your
Mhm.
deck actually becomes like a 30 card deck or whatever, you know. It it's kind of a weird theoretical thing. Um Literally every game you play with Teamer where your deck is working, all of the lands exit your deck, so your deck is actually thinned of all of your lands, and you actually find your one-ofs way more often.
All right. Well, Taisei immediately shipped the 7. Let's see if we're a little happier here. I see at least an analyst in a couple of lands, I think, so we'll establish a board presence.
Also, a
I mean,
few
again,
helpful
those blockers
hands.
are key.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, helpful hints for people if you're going to play this deck IRL. I would separate your non-lands from your lands in your graveyard. It saves time. And when you're doing the fetching thing, just say which land you're getting with each fetch after analysting. Because, like, this is... People get so many draws, and it's just kind of important to, like, emphasize how you cannot get draws, you know?
All right. Rot Priest versus Analyst.
Is that 2 Botanical Sanctums?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if we found Yuuki without white mana here.
All right. Analyst 2. That's going to get met by the counterspell that suspects a creature, and the Rod Priest will be
Oh,
suspected to do 1 poison to Taisei.
right. Oh, so now it has Menace, but it also can't block.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
So
Which
should we have attacked for 1 damage then? We can't block anyways, right?
Oh, Analyst should have attacked? Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm always on the lookout for those 1 points because it turns out if you get them to 18, that's a multiple of 3. And sometimes your lands tap for 3 times the amount of mana. Just saying. Oh, that's white mana.
and that's going to enable a getaway glamour.
So flicker my thing. Wait.
No, we can't do both modes because the modes require
Oh, right. Yeah.
um, 1 and then 2. So it would have been 1 mana to flicker and 2 mana to edict.
Yes, but I still like this from Yuuki. Just get the animals out of the way. Don't give your opponent a chance to have the fourth untapped land and get to do their thing. Pushes damage even if Taisei plays a second blocker next turn. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, so how Taisei is organizing their graveyard, I would recommend against this playing this deck. You should just separate it, like I had described. Like, this is unnecessarily messy for basically no gain.
Wow. So Taisei's turn was to use Virtue of Strength to get back that permanent card and recast it, and a second Getaway Glamour gives it the old heave ho a second time. Taisei is now corrupted. And it's going to force a 1-for-1 with an ill-timed explosion. Colossal Sky Turtle hits the bin, so Rod Priest takes oodles of damage. Unfortunately, there's not like a super dead zone that creatures go to when they take 5 extra points over their toughness.
Is that Bloated Contaminator?
Yes, it is. So in comes the 4/4 Trampler. Looks like both players have approximately 2 cards in hand. We're going to try to explode that, but that's not going to work. That will be countered as Taisei can't pay 2, and now the Contaminator is suspected. So we have a trampling toxic creature that proliferates when it connects. Is that right?
Yeah. What's the toxic count on that as well?
I believe it is
Just
toxic.
1 still.
What's that?
I'll just look it up. It's fine.
It's toxic 1, but it proliferates for a second one, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it really does hit very hard.
Yeah, 4 damage, 2 poison.
Okay.
Taisei now on 5.
Yeah, I'm intimately familiar with all of the cards in the toxic deck because, I'm friends with
Because
Max.
you play. I was going to say, is Max going to play it in any standard tournament?
Well, no. Max is not going to play any standard tournaments.
Fair. Oh, is that a Tishana's Tidebinder to stifle the Merrick's activation?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Kind of a tough way to do it.
Interesting.
Obviously, it doesn't turn the text off of the land, but it does prevent the might.
I think what I would have maybe considered doing is stifling the Contaminator's ability.
I do not like this play at all from Taisei. I think you definitely should stifle the Contaminator's ability.
Yeah. The die represents it being suspected, Ben, from the counterspell that was cast much earlier. The one in a blue suspect something, miscalculation.
What I'm learning is that I'm not good at the miscalcs of standard. So
There's a lot of miscalculations, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is unusual. Most toxic lists have Bring the Ending as their kind of sole counterspell. Reasonable Doubt, which Yuki's playing, is not something that I have seen before. Maybe
it
other
seems
people
pretty
have.
good, honestly. Like,
Oh,
it seems to
I
make
like the
sense.
idea.
Yeah,
It seems like a clear improvement.
I agree. And I would expect as much from Yuki to figure out how to improve things.
Ooh, it's Rot Priest into March of Swirling Mist. So that's going to phase out the Rot Priest to go to 8 poison and the 2 blockers, and then the other 2 attackers get through for 9 and 10. GG.
So Reasonable Doubt snuck a lot of damage through that game, which is not very surprising. Toxic player tried to make deck player change spells to every version that happens to target creature. Yeah, I mean, Reasonable Doubt looked really good there, honestly. There's 4 Reasonable Doubt and 1 Bring the Ending.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. That was the counterspell breakdown. Interesting.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen other toxic decks with that, but now that I've seen it, I can't help but think that it's way better.
It seems like an improvement to me, yeah. I mean, especially because it's not like you can't play some Bring the Innings in the sideboard or whatever if you want access to that hard counter, in certain matchups or at certain times. But in the main deck, just executing your plan A, giving your things better, or making their things unable to block, both seem invaluable.
Sure.
All right, that concluded round 1. So we'll watch through a YouTube ad and then get round 2 set up. I think my plan is
the
to
YouTube
take...
ad portion of the stream.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not.
So, was there a Japan metagame breakdown?
There was not yet.
Okay.
Because basically all we have is this being recorded out on the side.
Sure.
And there is Japanese commentary for this, but it wasn't a fully produced stream with all the graphics and stuff. So there should be a metagame breakdown in the sense that Melee should have lists that we could, sort through and create ourselves. But because Melee is struggling at the moment, I don't have that. So we'll have to wait until the day 2 stream starts this evening to learn a little bit about what people brought.
So other decks that looked like they were doing well in Europe were Azorius and Dimir Control, although I notoriously hate decks like that.
Oh, it is stream favorite RIKI KAMO.
Oh, wow. So this is the deck that RIKI KAMO played to re-qualify at the most recent Pro Tour.
And it looks like we're playing the somewhat straightforward, put the good cards in the main deck for Forges.
Yes, RIKI also had the Forges main deck at that tournament. RIKI also, for those perhaps unfamiliar with our streams, basically plays only aggro, as far as we can tell.
Yeah.
So he's Matt McFeedy is what you're saying.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. And he's also very, very good.
Yes,
Sure.
he's excellent.
Oh, and he's playing against Akira Kobayashi, who we've also seen on stream in the past. Akira is... I don't know if he's completely deaf or just very hard of hearing, but those cards that are face up in the middle have various important sayings on them. One of them is like the turn order, like in Magic Online, and then there's other questions like I have a response or where are we in the stack or whatever that he'll sometimes point to as the to make sure he's communicating clearly.
That's awesome.
Interesting.
So sometimes we'll see a die like moving through the turn, if there's a spot where the timing is very careful.
So one of the sleeves says Big Magic, the other one says East.
Yes.
So the Chinese character and Japanese character for East are identical, which obviously makes sense.
Yeah, Ben asks what the round 2 means over there. So there's season 2, round 3, round 2. So season 2 meaning like second year of the RC system. Round 3 is that it's the third RC, event in this year, and then round 2 is that it is the second round of Swiss.
So Azorius versus Mono Red, pretty straightforward matchup. I think it's very play draw dependent as well.
Nothing super spicy in Akira's list, it looks like.
Yeah, that looks like pretty much the stock is a stock blue-white control deck to me. Which I truly respect.
Yeah, I know Gab has been on a rant about how unnecessary Mirrex is, so we'll see if that comes up. Probably not in this matchup, if I had to guess.
Okay, I think both players put one card back down, and it's going to be Swift Spear against the Darker Wastes.
Darker Wastes not the land you really want to lead on.
No, against Mono Red for sure.
Is that Deserted Beach as the second land?
It is Restless Anchorage.
Okay. I'm not going to lie, it's kind of hard to tell with all of the alternate arts nowadays.
Yeah, I'm very good at blue-white alternate arts, and as if you were around it all yesterday, we've discussed, I'm not the strange chosen one who could decipher the blue-black lands. They all look exactly the same.
Unless if you use Ice Age Underground River, then that one's very easy to teleport.
That's right. If you're a person of culture and can do that, then
Oh, well then welcome to my my corner.
yes. Well, I only play the Ice Age ones myself, but
Oh, nice.
I've been around long enough that they came from 1990X.
All right.
So
Says
charming scoundrel from Riki, and giving some information about his hand, he elects to loot rather than add the wicked roll.
Well, I think the card he looted is a Scorching Shot, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
against a blue-eye control deck in game 1, that card is close to a blank. So
Yep.
I think he figures just like almost regards his hand that those additional points are just not worth the the value of just a random card in his deck. I think it makes a fair amount of sense.
All right, Felden comes in, and we attack for 4, end step, deduce.
AKA think twice.
Is that like a Avatar Sky Bison on the clue token?
I don't know what's going on there. It looks like Akira drew a Wandering Emperor, which is one of the most important cards, I think, in the matchup.
Yeah, she is going to do a ton of work. I do not think Riki has a third land. I mean, he obviously missed one last turn, but shuffling through his hand, it does not look like he's drawn one here. So it's possible the loot to toss the Scorching Shot was also partially predicated on, I have an Urbrask's Forge that I would like to deploy.
Mm-hmm. So the question
might be the case, but Riki, it might be in no rush to play that addition as well. Like if you have Urbrask Forge against blue white, often you're trying to wait for them tap out, make them sweep you, and then force down the Forge. So Riki's not like stressed to get his Forge out ASAP.
I think the real thought here is what is our best play versus Wandering Emperor, because it's like pretty clearly telegraphed, I would say.
Agreed.
Is that another Charming Scoundrel?
Yep. And it looks like he's reaching for the tokens. So this one's going to be Make a Treasure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you just have to take your medicine versus Wandering Emperor.
So, yeah, here she comes.
I think it's make a 2/2 block Swift Spear on your turn minus on Felden.
We're going to minus on Felden first. Yeah, I don't hate the idea of having the 2/2 around.
Actually, no, it works out the same, except you take less damage doing it this way. Right?
Well, you take less damage, but Riki has a larger board presence. Because
well, no,
you don't eat the 1/1.
Oh, right. It actually... Yeah, you can sacrifice 1 point of damage to have a smaller board, which is probably worth it, right?
Yes, yeah. I don't like this play. I think that Akira should definitely make a 2/2 and block Charming Scoundrel here. I think blocking one Swift Spear is a little bit dangerous because you don't really want to let Riki, for example, shock your Wandering Emperor and win the fight with the Swift Spear off the treasure token.
Sure. I see.
But I think that making a 2/2 and blocking the 1/1 seems like a complete free roll. I guess maybe Akira's afraid of something like Monstrous Rage. I'm not 100% sure, though.
Did we see a Monstrous Rage in the deck list when we looked?
I admit I wasn't looking for it, but between games we'll have to take a peek.
Sure.
I think that there are Monstrous Rages, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, the reason I asked that is if you play for or Rest Forge, where are the slots coming from?
Sure. It's a happy-looking samurai that shows up as Wandering Emperor gets cashed in, and Akira passes back. So no land drop there.
Also mismatched Field of Ruins. Ugh.
Yeah, it's an adventure. So again, the card in the middle is, or the card at the bottom of the screen relative to us is a samurai, and then the other card is actually a clue token. The one that looks like it might be a rectangle cut out of a cereal box or something. All All right, Riki does find another land in Mishra's Foundry, and he's just going to jam Forge. I wonder if he's Forge flooded is the other potential. All right, that's met by 3 steps ahead, though. Right, there's a couple of different things going on here. Making Akira use his mana is painful to him because his colored source, one of his only colored sources, is a Darker Wastes. There was a play with fire, which probably existed last turn, so not trying to block the Swift Spear, I guess, did work out. But that cleared the Samurai and got through a pretty big attack. Akira falls to 5. And then as we talked about yesterday, 4 mana is typically the time where you jam things against the blue-white deck.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he was very intentionally playing around the possibility of a second Wandering Emperor with that Urbrass Forge, and is maybe doing it again here. He's saying, look, I'm jamming another good spell. Do you want to counter it? If so, you're not going to be wimping me.
Yeah. Godric resolves.
This makes slightly less sense with Godric, though, I suppose, since Wandering Emperor is pretty good against Godric.
But Godric is now going to get lost. And Riki gets some kind of, I don't even know, Yu-Gi-Oh cards as his map tokens? The heck are those?
They do look like Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Then the Swift Spear is going to take a march, and it's only the 2 Charming Scoundrels that ping in to take Akira down to 2.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, I think the Adhikar Wastes might be the end of the game. One or the other.
Yeah. Right, with slightly more time, then he could finally crack one of these Fields of Ruin to get out from under the pain, but I don't think that we have the time or ability to do that. So another 1 point of damage takes Akira down to 1. He has to slice the Bloodthirsty Adversary to just wind up even on life. And then Kumano kills Wandering Emperor, but more importantly kills the opponent. Never mind. Akira makes it very clear, you did not kill me with your cards. I killed myself with Darker Wastes.
Yeah, that was a painful way to go. I think we took like 4 damage from that land, which is a lot of life points to give up for free.
Yeah.
All right, a painful way to go. Unintended.
Quite
It's a painful lesson.
No, we got the deck list and we also got a YouTube ad.
I really am not ready for the mid-cast YouTube ads. It's really something.
Yeah, neither am I. Okay, here is Riki's list.
So like I suspected, 0 Monstrous Rage.
Oh, my apologies. I must have missaw.
Well, it's because, like, if you think about it, where do you get the space from? If you're playing Scorching Shot and the burn spells, there's not many cards you can cut for Forge, right?
Yeah. No, that's definitely fair. Given that you're going to have Scorching Shot and Main Deck Frenzy, which he has at least 1 or 2 of, I think, and these 4 Brass Forge, he's kind of just out of slots.
Yep.
Was that 4 Obliterating Bolts in Riki's list?
It's kind of weird. He's almost like Big Red, except he has all of the small creatures. But I guess the theory there is if you kill all of their creatures and you have a Forge going, you'll output so much damage that it doesn't matter. Alright, so this...
Yeah, what looks good from the other side?
Any removal spell, the Baneslayer Angel... Is that a Dust Animus or not? No, I guess it's not.
No,
probably
I don't think
the Seed Shark. I think you could make a case for Tidebinder to buy time versus the Forge, because they have to kill with the Tidebinder. Like, that might make them leave in shocks. You know.
Well, I think you might have some Tidebinders. They're not exceptional. They're pretty whatever, but you might have them in. Kutzel's Flanker almost always comes in this matchup. Killing the creature and gaining 2 for 3 mana is something you're interested in, even if that kill spell takes the form of a 3/1 blocker.
It's kind of weird. I think it's debatable if you should have like the extra Elspeth smites or whatever. I mean, like you probably do. The real problem is I'm kind of afraid of dying to Forge as this deck. Like, I don't know if that makes sense. I think
I
I
mean,
would.
you should be, but I think that the expensive sweepers are just so bad. I mean,
Oh,
basically, you're
sure.
going to get these Sunfalls and Farewell out of your deck.
I agree.
Um, you might also get 3 steps ahead out of your deck, or maybe you trim it. I'm not sure. I think Forge complicates it a little bit. But yeah, basically, I think you have enough bad cards to cut that every Elspeth Smite is getting in there. I understand that
Sure.
it's not the perfect card.
Then from the other side, I guess Riki's question is going to be, to what extent is he respecting the 1 or 2 Baneslayers and Chrome Host Seed Sharks of the world that he's expecting to come in on the other side?
So that's why I like Koth a lot in those scenarios. Because assuming you play only mountains out on the first few turns, like have Koth is like kind of a perfect answer, and also does something in the scenarios where they don't have the like X4 that kind of beats you up.
I also think Riki's definitely going to opt for this 3-mana Chandra. Just the ability to draw cards
Yep.
and pick your opponent every turn is pretty nice. I don't know if he's going to opt for the Cemetery Protector. I think his name of the card.
Yeah.
Cemetery Protector.
Gatekeeper, Cemetery Gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper. I know we saw a mono red player board this card in against blue white yesterday, but it's unclear to me whether that's actually correct in a meaningful sense. Certainly, exiling instant is annoying to the blue white player, but I do think there's significant risk of playing a creature that doesn't have haste in your haste tribal deck. So I am not sure whether Riki will opt for that or not.
I'm reading the Gatekeeper. It strikes me as more as a teamer hate card than a control hate card, if that makes sense.
It definitely is like for the teamer matchup. I'm not saying Riki
Uh-huh.
built his sideboard; he put this card in there for control. But I also don't think it would be crazy to have it against control. I think it's sort of unclear.
Sure. I think the question is how many of those big red burn spells do you take out? My instinct is most of them, if possible. So you're just looking for anything that does anything. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Gatekeeper in.
Exactly. Yes, Riki has a lot of slots. I think. Also, in general, as a red aggro deck against these control decks, it's kind of, I don't know if the word is traditional, to cut all of your shocks, because basically just 2 damage to the face is not enough to be meaningful most of the time. They don't have a lot of targets. Although maybe a Tidebinder makes it so you want some of them. I'm not too sure.
We did see a red player yesterday in the GP get pretty punished for having shocks with no targets.
Yes, I mean, traditionally, against blue-white control decks, you want to be heavy on creatures, light on burn spells, and the lowest impact burn spells, the 2 damage ones, usually end up getting the axe for that reason. Again, I just, the one thing is, killing Tidebinder for 1 mana is very good, so I'm not sure. I imagine that's why the red player yesterday left them in.
Yeah. All right, players shuffling up here for for game 2 of this second round match. I would not say that these expressive iteration playmats are growing on me, but I'm finding that I can handle them. These were given to every participant in the regional championship. The RCQ promo expressive iteration on the playmat.
Wait, are they being used here as some sort of advertising ploy?
I guess so. I would much prefer just the black tablecloth. I mean, all right, if I actually, what I would really prefer is the 90s style green checkerboard tablecloth, but I'm not.
Oh god, I haven't seen one of those playmats in so long.
I'm willing to pick my battles.
Yeah, I mean, is it the part where I say what I'd really prefer is no playmat because I'm an elitist pro? But
I don't think there were more than 2 lands from Akira, so he's not going to risk not being able to function. It looks like Riki has something that he's okay with. Nicole says the EU Regional Championship took 11 hours. How many rounds did they play in those 11 hours? Was it 9? Or
9.
It was 9?
It's 9. So that I guess that makes sense for 8?
Ooh, it was only 8. I was afraid of that. That's a gut punch.
Oh, gosh. I have a feeling the US one's going to be the same way, unfortunately.
Oh, it's going to be a shit show. Yes.
All right, we lead on Deserted Beach, and no turn 1 play from Riki. Second land is a Seachrome Coast, I think. That one's a tough one. That's not in a Darker Waste. And it's obviously not another Deserted Beach. 2/2 Haste comes in from Riki, knocking Akira down to 18. And whatever that land is, now he has 2 of them.
I think it's Deserted Beach, but I'm not
Well, the top one is Beach. I don't know what the middle 2 are.
Oh, I see.
Who can tell? They look exactly the same to me.
In with a new Monastery Swift Spear, this attack for 3, 20 to 15. And,
there's the Gatekeeper.
Yep, there's the Gatekeeper. Nothing to exile. This is just 1R, 2/1 first strike.
Wow. I respect it.
This is, I guess this is saying, like, you're not going to 3-for-1 me?
Or Riki really wants to force through a Urbest Forge the next
Yeah.
turn. But I kind of think just 2 creatures is probably enough to force the sweeper.
I mean, another thing it might be saying is, okay, if Riki's hand has a lot of total mana cost of cards, he might be inclined to ploy some just because it sort of seems like his, he won't have enough time to spend all of his mana. So he just wants to force the action. Also, I think he has realized correctly that Akira probably cuts his expensive sweepers, the Sunfalls, the Farewells, maybe even the Depopulates. So, given there wasn't a lockdown last turn, the odds that Akira has a Wrath at all aren't that high.
So I think there was a judge call there to try to figure out if there's no graveyard, does the Cemetery Gatekeeper ability trigger?
It does, because it doesn't target weirdly. It's when Cemetery Gatekeeper enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard. So it just goes on the stack and it doesn't like try to target something.
So because of that, Akira was able to respond with Tidebinder to remove first strike from it.
That's really funny, honestly.
Yeah, that's great.
That's a nice one. I don't think I haven't personally seen that happen yet.
No, neither have I. Now Chandra hits the battlefield and does resolve. That gives prowess to the Swift Spear, so everything can attack into the 3/2 Tidebinder. Would you say these are all knuckleheads that are coming in?
Ooh.
I don't know if I would say that.
All right. Wandering Emperor is going to threaten a plus on the Tidebinder. That eats the Swift Spear outright and now leaves behind a blocker that's larger than both of Riki's attackers. Kind of like that play a lot.
That's savage.
Yeah, it's savage, and also this is kind of a fearless play saying, oh, I bet you don't have many Play with Fires in your deck post board. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Now,
oh man,
Cemetery.
He's really wishing these Cemetery Reapers were the Play with Fires here, I think.
Yeah, you're also forced to gatekeep or something if you are able to.
the only card in the graveyard was the Swift Spear. So now, if either player plays a creature, that Gatekeeper is going to dome them for 2.
Or plays a land.
That's correct.
It didn't. No lands are exiled.
No, but
No,
so the card says
it doesn't check that.
whenever
Like,
a player
whenever-
plays a land or casts a spell, if that
If
spell
it shares a card type with the exiled thing.
so it's land or
never
spell
mind.
being played. Does that
I
match
see.
something that is exiled? If
Okay.
not, then
Yes.
Wow, that's goofy wording. Okay.
The card is just you exile a thing of a type, and when that thing is played / cast, it pings them. That's it. That's the card.
So that the new Gatekeeper decides to jump under the bus rather than threaten to do 6 to 8 damage to Riki. Now, Ben, didn't you admit that you almost put Magus of the Moon in Standard? So why not? I think Zozu would be a fun card for the format. Max asks what's going on in the middle of the table. So Akira is hard of hearing, so he has a variety of set phrases that he has on cards that he can point to if there's a question about what's going on, so that he can communicate more clearly.
I personally can't read them.
No, we've seen them in the past where they're slightly more with slightly higher video resolution, and I've been able to read a couple of them, but
Okay.
I'm pretty
Well-
sure that one set of them is just like the phases, and then one set of them is like, I have a response before blockers or various phrases that you might say.
To be fair, I wouldn't be able to read them even with higher video quality because that's not the language I can read. Oh, another Tidebinder ate the Chandra activation, saving the Wandering Emperor.
That is correct.
Huh.
And so
Kind
now,
of looks like Riki doesn't have anything, right?
well, yeah, if he doesn't spend 5 mana this turn, that is a pretty serious sign of weakness. And now Chandra is going to get smashed by this Tidebinder.
What could possibly be in Riki's hand at this point?
Lands mostly, I think, right?
Yeah, I don't think his range is very big.
Okay, well, so Kenzin does make sense, right?
Yeah.
Wait, that should cost 4, shouldn't it?
Yeah,
Or plus the Chandra?
Yeah, the Chandra does
wasn't
not
it-
provide a discount for that.
Well, I know,
Yeah,
but
I
did he make mana with Chandra?
No, he didn't. This is also inside of combat
Yeah.
on Akira's turn, so
Oh,
it extra doesn't
okay.
work.
Hmm.
Also,
yeah,
the
I think that was a
Chandra-
mistake.
Yeah, the Chandra was also Tidebindered.
There were a variety of reasons why that's not what happened, but what ultimately did
Right.
happen was Riki ran out of gas and got plastered.
Yeah.
And JSX.
Oh, one more time. The cards in the middle of the battlefield are a few set phrases that Akira has to communicate with his opponent, since he is hard of hearing. So it can be sometimes confusing for him to figure out what's going on in the game state. So there's a few different, like, we're in your end step, or beginning of combat, or can I go to blocks, etc. That he has that he can point to. All right, so now we play a game where Riki is on the play. Certainly that game is going to make him think about the play with fires if he did cut them all, since we saw a bunch of things that weren't play with fire that came in on the
Yeah.
sideboard.
I think the gatekeepers might exit for the play with fires again. I feel like almost at any point if a play with fire was cast, it would have been kind of disastrous, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we saw 2 Tidebinders and a Wandering Emperor, right? So, like, all of those give you some ability to play. Like, play with fire looks very good against each of those cards.
Yeah, I wonder if Riki is currently assessing whether he wants to board some play flyers back in after seeing how his opponent sideboarded. Maybe he wasn't sure exactly how many Tidebinders his opponent would have post board, and now having seen that it seems like it's a fair amount, maybe board some shocks back in. I think that would make a lot of sense. And again, I have a lot of faith in the kind of decision making and plays of Riki KAMO. Truly an aggro master from across the world.
Would you say he's the Japanese Max McVitie?
Well, I think that might be Ray Sato.
Okay, would you say Max McVitie is the American Ray Sato?
Yeah, I might say that.
This is like the Swedish Brian Kilgore thing.
Yeah, it's great.
So I haven't seen Akira play a lot. Does he typically like to play control decks, or?
Yes, I believe the last time we saw him, he was doing something controlling. Though I admit, I've watched a lot of these tournaments. I could not tell you exactly where we saw him. I just know that you would remember a match where he was playing.
I think it was 2 RCs ago, but I can't swear to it.
I don't think it was the modern one, so I think it was the Pioneer one before that.
Oh, you might be right. What I was going to say is, okay, so the other thing is, the metagame in Japan has some consistent differences from the US metagame that I've noticed kind of regardless of the format. And one of them is that across all formats, traditional control decks are more popular in Japan. They just are. I'm not exactly sure why.
Do you want me to tell you that I think that's untrue for Legacy?
Well, I mean, I'll certainly believe you. I'm just telling you that I've cast a bunch of these RCs, and it's been true every time.
And follow up to that, I actually checked Akira's tournament results on Goldfish. He played RC Season 2, Round 2 with Mono Green Tron, Season 2, Round 1 with the Azorius Lotus Field control deck.
We saw him playing Lotus Field. That's the thing that we're
weird.
thinking of.
Sure. Yeah.
Tron, in some senses, is controlling, like, mostly.
Yeah, agreed. But it's all sort of lines up.
Yeah. So I figured I would just do a quick Google, and it showed me a few things.
Someone asked in chat what it is that we streamed last night. Yeah, it was a GP, so it was basically like a destination RCQ. The top 8 got entry into this for the next cycle, and it was open entry. Whereas, like, obviously, you have to win some lower level tournament to get into the RC that we're watching now. I wish I could tell you what the metagame breakdown is here in Japan, but we do not know at the moment because Melee does not have decks posted. So as soon as that changes, then definitely I'll have a breakdown for you. Oh, I could believe it. I mean, if that means that Fire Shoes had data that I didn't. But at least from my vantage point here, I went to bed at 5 a.m. I woke up and I started screaming again. So
Sheesh.
I'm missing that information.
There's also some issues with the fact that Melee is struggling at the moment.
Yeah.
Which is making it more difficult for us to get the data that we usually have access to. But
now, that makes sense if the data was there for a little bit and then went away, because I think that Melee was working pretty well up until about 5 a.m. and then took a turn for the worse.
Okay, and this is an incredible start from Riki KAMO.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically lockdown or bust, because I think you might be dead. You might not even survive. And look at this.
Wow, we're going to march the Swift Spear pitching depopulate to try to save some damage.
Yeah, I think he realized that he wasn't going to have enough time if he just didn't do that this turn, because he would take, like, how much damage from that Swift Spear? Probably, like, 5-ish?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. It's a good play for sure. And I mean, what I was just going to note is, I think if you were to rank every card in this mono red aggro deck by their rate, by, like, how much bang for their buck is...
Oh,
I think
Komando's, like, number one, yeah.
Exactly, yes. I believe it's the best card in their deck by rate. So a draw with 2 of them is just going to be one of the best draws Riki's deck can produce.
Did you notice that Akira has like little page flags that you use to...
Yep.
organize your textbooks in college to indicate the color of his sunken citadels.
I like that a lot.
It's very
I think
cool.
in general, that and Kyurem Souls, people are really bad about labeling things. I've been using the infinite tokens and like writing a descriptor at the top and just putting it underneath.
We actually saw on day one that there, at least, I don't know if it was in like the feature match area or what, but there's a die that has on the sides of it some of the more common creature types.
Yeah. The problem is, there's like a lot of sorts of cards that do that nowadays. Like Thespian Stage is also something you should
Yeah.
really clearly label, and people don't as well. So I guess what I'm saying is just label your things clearly, please.
So we did find Lockdown. Lockdown has cleared all of the Kumanos, but unfortunately, while working on that, Urabrask's Forge is now spewing out some smog, and Riki is re-energized with 2 more haste creatures.
Wow. It almost doesn't look like a lockdown even happened.
Yo, I agree. You wouldn't know. Given that the lockdown is off to the side, there's just another battlefield.
Yeah, I do not like Akira's chances here.
I think Gab was telling a story at the Pro Tour where he cast 2 knockout blows, but his opponent had Forge going, so it didn't even matter. Like versus Mono Red.
Yeah.
And I would say like most games where knockout blow occurs, like you're probably winning, except Forge doesn't really care.
Okay, we do have the answer to the Forge. So, tenuously enough, a Tidebinder is holding back any future Phyrexian Horrors. Then that stops the 1/1 from attacking. Only the 2/2 Bloodthirsty Adversary gets in, and that gets met by Elspeth Smite. So, for a moment, everything is stable.
Yeah, kind of the big issue is the Mishra's Foundry is allowed to attack because you don't really want to block with the Tidebinder.
Yeah. Right, any future 2/2s are going to get in because this Tidebinder is essentially an enchantment that dies to shock.
Akira has a depopulating hand, but like it's such a tough sell to cast it when Tidebinder is the only thing preventing you from dying, really.
I do not believe there is a Restless Anchorage in play. This is a good question.
Well, it's Sunken Citadel, Plains, and two Azorius lands. I don't know which they are, but none of them are anchorages, I guess.
Yeah, the one that's under the Sunken Citadel is definitely in a Darker Wastes, and I think the other one is a Seachrome Coast, but I'm not 100% sure. It's definitely not Anchorage. Anchorage has like a big, like sunset kind of thing in the middle of the card. The color palette is different.
Look, we're casting Catalog. Not the often used mode of that, but Akira, I think, realizes the situation is not particularly stable. Like, it's very easy for this class of cards to fall down very quickly.
Yes, agreed. And I think that Mono Red often puts Blue White in this kind of bind where it's like, all right, well, you've Tidebound my Forge, but now this means you can never Wrath. You can never clean up what I'm doing in an advantageous way. And that gives the Mono Red deck leverage to overcommit into the Wrath. Now, here I understand that Riki's only way of committing is with the Mirex, but still, I think that leverage is significant.
Oh, so that was the question asked, do you take damage from that? But the catalog is 2 in a blue, not 1 blue.
That's right. That mode on 3 steps ahead is just 2 to spree it. And if you're wondering what Restless Anchorage looks like, now I can show you because that land that was just played is Restless Anchorage.
Yeah. Oh, Akira actually has the Might tokens because he's also playing Mirex. That's so funny.
All ready
there's no
for it.
no harm in showing because it's open deck list, Might as well clean up the board.
We also have the poison counter ready, suggesting that this attack might lead to a Might connecting.
It might, indeed.
Oh. All right, here comes Foundry. And we're not going to commit the 1/1s.
I think Akira's not low enough where you can just afford to attack like that.
I mean, it's a pretty straightforward exchange, right? You're sacrificing a 1/1 to push 1 damage. That
Yeah.
Yeah.
isn't a great exchange when your opponent's at 8 life. Maybe if they're at 4 life, we would be talking. But
Yeah.
usually you want to wait till you have a larger board, then you can sack 1/1 to push 2 or even 3 damage.
I agree.
Well, Mirix will get us there pretty soon, I think.
Also, I haven't seen a lot of Mirixes in mono red decks actually.
I think that was a one of in Riki's list.
Yeah, it's kind of unusual for the deck, I would say. Wait, there were more Mirixes in that same sleeve?
This is something that a lot of Japanese players do actually. They just have one
I
sleeve
love
that has a big
That's so
chunk
good.
of the same token in it, and they just start
You know
peeling
what?
them out.
That's brilliant. Wow, I'm learning so much about better tournament operations from this one match. It's important to like pick up things when you can, you know? Alright, so now does the arithmetic change? If you attack with everything, it would force 2 extra damage through, which I do think is worth it.
Well,
Well, wait,
it
but
could
what
force
was
an,
it?
There's the anchorage.
Yeah,
No, the problem is the anchorage. Yeah.
exactly. It could force an anchorage activation, which again maybe that's something that Riki is interested in if he wants to kill the anchorage or commit mana, get Akira to commit mana. But
If Riki's hand is lands, I don't think he sends here. I think if he's sending, it's because he's trying to force action, like force point to tap out or something of that nature,
Right.
and then plans to exploit that.
how do we feel about just throwing a Feld into the wind to impulse draw a couple cards?
I don't hate it.
That does look like where we're going. So Feldon attacks, Anchorage blocks, and let's take a look at a Charming Scoundrel and a Godric.
Is it until end of next turn?
You asked a
Feldon?
great
Yes.
question.
It's next
Okay.
turn.
Alright.
So,
That's an important question.
so I think Riki KAMO here is likely to just pass, make him. Oh no.
Yeah,
Wait.
you have to select one of the cards.
Yep.
Okay. So he's locking in that one, but then he's going to pass, make a Mirix token, and next turn this Godric is going to come down.
Yep. That's what I was thinking about as well. Because if you cast it right now and Akira has a sweeper, say like Farewell, which would also deal with the Forge, it would be kind of disastrous.
That's true. Although, again, I really doubt Akira left in a 6-mana sweeper, even given that it handles Forge. I have trouble believing that.
I think it's defensible.
I mean, you might be right. Certainly, Forge is the most important card. It's just, I don't know, 6 is so much.
Definitely one of the cards in Akira's hand is another depopulate. Or, another lockdown. That's the card that I saw. I couldn't quite get a look at what else was going on there. So that's going to eat up all the riffraff.
Damn, that single sleeve with all the tokens in it, I can't get over it. It's so good. So theoretically here you could cast the Godric and activate Mirix to force through flying damage. What do you all think of that play?
It at worst eats the anchorage on the other side. And at the moment, Akira does not have Wandering Emperor up. Good question, Wicked Fridge. So this is round 2 of Swiss. It is the third tournament in the year, so that's why it is one of the round 3s means that, and one the big round 2 in higher point font represents the round of Swiss. So this will be less confusing in a couple of rounds of Swiss probably, but that is what this is trying to communicate.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still trying to figure out what I think Riki should do. I guess I think he should just go for it. Yeah.
All right, here's Godric.
But he tapped the Mirix.
Okay, so he's not going to be giving it the bonus, presumably. He's just going to fire up the land, hit for 5, try to put his opponent at 3. I mean, that's certainly reasonable.
We have another 1 mana permanent, which I guess we do.
Yep, we have a Kumano.
Okay, well, if you have a Kumano, this seems like clearly the right one.
Yeah,
Like, it doesn't seem very interesting to me.
I agree.
All right, resolves Akira to 7. Godric is going to take to the sky in a second, and now we have 2 points of fire breathing. We couldn't do any better than
Well,
that.
Wait.
or we can animate the land.
Yeah, we could. I think if you animate the land.
Does the land just get eaten by the Restless Anchorage?
Yeah, the Sunken Citadel can tap for 2, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Back
sorry.
with
Yes,
anchor.
yes. The anchorage is still
Yeah.
up. My apologies. So it's fire breathing makes far more sense. Yes, this
Yeah.
is very logical.
And that is what Riki's going to do. So it is only 6, not 7. But I believe Akira's going to 1 here.
Akira's just looking up the wording of Godric to make sure it actually has fire breathing, I think. Or,
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know what's going on the phone.
I think all of Riki's cards are in English, which,
Yeah, it has the opposite problem for us that.
Yes.
So obviously it makes sense.
so just for clarity, Akira's looked up a couple of things this match to make sure. So Akira is hard of hearing. So there are a few set phrases that he has on cards that he lays out between the two sides of the battlefield so that he can point to them. I see. So I think they were trying to figure out. Akira was trying to figure out the timing as to whether or not he could stop at least one of the fire breathings from happening, but
You can, and also
does
it lose flying then?
yeah, it stops flying.
Okay.
Well, won't it lose the revolt ability as a whole? Is the thing that'll happen?
You mean celebration?
Yeah.
Or yes, right, it will lose the celebration ability as a whole.
Yeah,
so then it will
I
no
think
longer
that's what-
have.
So I think what happened was the second fire breathing thing got stifled via the Tidebinder. You let the first one resolve, then Riki goes to activate again. You stifle the second one and block with that Tidebinder.
And it winds up being a
Yes.
1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, which is a very nice exchange, obviously.
No, it's the best Akira could hope for. I mean, the Godric falls
Yeah.
out of the sky. It becomes the fire breathing still stays on it, but it's a 5/3 ground creature.
Yeah.
And Tidebinder trades for that.
Yep. It's super nice.
We have the perfect follow-up to the Kimono in a Monastery Swiftspear, which can pick up the counter from Chapter 2. And the last card in Riki's hand is a Charming Scoundrel. So that's like a lot of cards that did things that he's been holding on to for some time, huh?
Yeah, I think you put the Wicked Roll on the Swiftspear. Oh no, you can just you can rummage, except it's actually just draw a card because he was hellbent.
Yes.
Right?
There were no cards left in hand.
Oh,
Charming Scoundrel
yeah.
is discard, then draw. And it's not discard if you do, then draw. So
Yeah.
that's just a cantrip. A 1/1 haste cantrip.
Yes, I mean,
Wait, is that even better than putting a Wicked Roll on the Swiftspear?
well, that's what I was saying. It's not so clear to me that that's the right play. It's
Yeah.
at least interesting.
All right, that's a fancy memory deluge, like a game day promo memory deluge, which finds another one, No More Lies, and 2 cards I can't
and-
quite see.
One of them was a flanker, I think, for sure. I think he took the flanker and something else. Probably not No More Lives, because look at how many lands
Yeah,
Riki has.
He's going to be playing a Lies this game.
The lies will continue.
The 2/3 Swiftspear does connect through the anchorage and through the Tidebinder, and will play flanker, scry 2, and gain 2.
Looks like there was a field. One of them was Field of Ruin, which is actually kind of nice here.
Yeah, we have multiple things that we would like to field from Akira's side.
Yeah, my guess is priority 1 will be taking out this Mirex, but certainly you could leverage against the Foundry if you wanted to.
All right, here comes a Might, and then Mirex exits stage left.
Andrew, would you tap the Citadel to activate Field, or would you tap 2 lands?
I mean, I could
Or
definitely
does it
understand.
not really matter.
It seems like it doesn't matter. I can't
Okay.
name why it would matter.
I
I don't
was trying
hate.
to come up with a reason for it mattering either, and I couldn't come up with one. So
I don't hate tapping the way he did, namely 2 a Darker Wastes, to just limit your ability
Sure.
to accidentally take pain from a Darker Waste.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair, I suppose. I mean, this is interesting. Akira's boarded in his so many kind of loaded ground creatures in his deck that it's like he's doing a good job at not dying, but he's not doing that great a job at like pulling ahead and meaningfully, closing out the game. They're sort of just playing a mid range fight. I don't know.
Well, but one of the mid-range decks has Memory Deluge, right?
And the other one is
Well-
Koth.
Yeah, so this was the Koth I was referring to that I thought would come in, and it looks pretty good here.
Oh, it's gonna free the Forge. Now, I have no idea how many counters are on this Forge from like 8 turns ago.
I think
believe
it's one.
I thought we were higher than that. I guess we'll see in a minute.
Well,
I think it just went from 2 to 3.
okay. Yeah, Sam, I'm a 2 for 1.
And here comes everybody.
Big attack. Yeah, I love this. In that, I think it's probably right, and I didn't even think about it.
All right, so now we're going to
This is a great play, yes.
block a 2/2, block a 3/3. Block 2 2/2s with the 3/1 and the 2/3. And then we do have Wandering Emperor to clear the Swift Spear. So we're going to take 3, 4, 5, 6, and 2 poison and go to 3, I believe.
I like that you noted the 2 poison, a highly relevant aspect of the game
Yeah.
state.
Yeah, that was the Japanese sign for 6, like open palm and 1 finger from the other hand on it. So I think that is where we are going to wind up.
And I mean, okay, Riki did lose a lot of stuff in that whole exchange. Akira wouldn't be that far from stabilizing if he could magically remove the Forge from the board.
Yeah, right. Ryuki has 2 recurring sources of game actions now.
I mean, the Koth is a bit far from doing anything else that meaningful since, I don't know, plussing to get mountains has basically 0 impact on this game state. And the -3 doesn't really have another good target yet. It's mostly the Forge, but I think the Forge is really, really good.
If Akira really cared, he could just send the Anchorage to clear the Koth. And he's actually going to do that. But you cannot send the Anchorage to clear the Forge. So we're going to be alive at a very tenuous 1 here if Ryuki has absolutely nothing.
Yes, if he draws a burn spell of any kind, a haste creature of any kind, it's close to any spell in Riki's deck kills Akira here.
Is that a Scorching
And
shot
it
that
was
was left in?
a Scorching Shot off the top.
Yes.
Clears
There's the Midrange Angel.
Right. He
the
lifts a
Samurai.
few deal 5s for the Baneslayers. It makes sense.
Wow. That was a slog.
I mean, okay, I sort of think that although the game took a really long time, that Riki KAMO was in a fairly good position throughout, just because mostly his opponent was holding on in this very tenuous Tidebinder, and it was clear for a long time that if this Tidebinder ever died, it was bad for him, and if his opponent forced the Wrath, it was bad for him. So...
Yeah, it's a really tough situation. What needed to happen for Akira to win that game, I think, is to really turn the corner a lot faster than he did. I think it just took too long for him to find a way to like break the stall.
Yes. But I mean, I think that this is a pretty big sort of issue with blue-white decks in standard in general, which is because all their card advantage is incremental, it's not like they have that many ways to slam the door, not that many haymakers. Like, they sort of always have to just fight it out by inches.
Yeah, it's not like the days of old where you just cast Revelation for 6 and your opponent's like, yep, guess I can't win anymore.
I mean, or even the days when you would cast Teferi Hero of Dominaria, you'd plus it 3 times and the game would be over.
Right. I mean, basically, Memory Deluge is pretty good, but it's not the same level as the influx of cards that we're describing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Revelation
I mean,
was particularly egregious because it gained you life as well. Like,
well,
it was
that's
just
true.
And also, you had access to something like planar cleansing. Like, if this blue white deck had access to planar cleansing, it would have that game would have been a lot easier for them, honestly. Like,
Well, I think you're right. I mean, in general, I basically think the main thing standing between standard blue white and being kind of the best deck in standard is that it's so bad at slamming the door. Um,
Mhm.
is that its opponents have way too much game on turn 15. You would like it that on turn 15 your control deck wins 100% of the time, and blue white just doesn't win 100% of the time turn 15. Even if it wins, 70, 80%, that 20% matters.
I mean, yes, a 20 or 30% differential is an enormous amount of equity to give up.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, so what is the matchup? I didn't really quite catch it.
I didn't either, but I believe that I saw Daisuke riffle through white and red cards before electing to mulligan. So I think that it's Convoke on the left, and I have no idea what's going on the right. My only information is that Ryuki has a map token.
Yeah, this is something I like about open deckless tournaments. You can just take all of your tokens out and save time. Like, seriously, you're not really pulling one on anyone here in an open deckless tournament, you know?
Yeah, it's extremely nice.
So map token. It could be Golgari. It could be an old Dimir deck with Spyglass Siren. I guess it could be a deck with Get Lost as well.
I think, right, the possible culprits here are Get Lost, Restless Anchorage. Oh, wow, we're playing Sultai Reanimator.
Sultai Reanimator. Okay, I guess I did not see that coming. Why do we have map tokens?
I don't know.
I'm looking for a card that makes map tokens in it.
Does he just expect to get lost it a lot?
I would expect if my opponent's casting Get Lost, I would expect them to have the token for me.
All right, so we lead on a blue-black Surveil land and Bin founding the third path. And on the other side, we start with Novice Inspector.
Huh. I have a feeling this matchup is going to be fast one over the other.
That seems likely.
I can't really imagine too many games where it's like a close battle, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would be surprised. Also, Adam, do you know anything about the history of these two players?
I believe Daisuke has a better pedigree, but I do not know very much. What Daisuke does not have is land number 2.
Sure. I mean, what you should know is almost all hands of the form Inspiring Vantage, Novice Inspector, Warden are keeps in Convoke if when you hit, they are good, basically, if the upside is there. And so I think in a matchup like this, where probably Daisuke's number one priority is to go incredibly fast and hard, where having a good draw is so important, I like keeping hands like this. I think it's almost certainly right. And I suspect that Daisuke's hand has perhaps a Knight, Aaron of Eos, perhaps a Demolition. Like, his hand is probably good.
I was like, catch me up on what just happened here. I guess there was a Picklock Prankster that was put in.
I think I can explain what happened. Well, let me read Founding of the Third Path again. I think we read ahead. No, okay, we cast Founding of the Third Path and cast Free the Fae off of the first chapter.
Gotcha.
Yes.
I forgot which one was the. I forgot whether Founding on 1 was the mill or Founding on 2 was the mill.
That's why I went to go look at it on Scryfall to make sure I was saying the right thing.
All right, we're going to scry again with Warden. The first scry went below decks. This one's hanging up. And it is a Gleeful Demolition. So that will let us scry yet again if we would like to. And not shockingly, we would. We topped this card the first time, we top it again.
It would be very strange to top it the first time and then be like, actually, I want to bottom it this time. So this is the mill 4. I think.
Target player mills 4 cards is chapter 2. And it looks like Ryuki is separating permanents in his graveyard from non-permanents for...
Love it.
For...
Squirming Emergence?
Yeah, exactly. Fathomless Descent purposes. And we appear to be on 6 at the moment. I don't know if there's a banger in there. The only cards that I recognize are another Picklock Prankster and a Philology Archaeologist.
Yeah, I don't see an Atraxa, but I'm not certain it's absent.
It's that second card from the top that I can't figure out. That's some kind of weird alt art.
Let me see if I can figure it out. Probably not. No, it's some blue card. That's all I can tell.
All right, so we've entered the main phase. I mean, Daisuke has, with his 1 land, established a clock. And we are going to squirm, and we're going to get this card back, so we'll find out what it is. I believe it is Honest Rutstein?
That's Honest Rutstein? I honestly couldn't tell.
I don't know. What chat, you can tell me. What just got put back on the battlefield?
I guess it is probably... Wait, what?
No, it's old Rutstein.
It's old Rutstein.
It's old Rutstein.
It was
Wow.
Rutstein, but not the Rutstein I thought.
Yes.
Okay,
It's the OG Rutstein.
When it enters the battlefield or at the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. So 1 card was milled. If you mill a land, make a treasure. If you mill a creature, make an insect. That's what just happened. I believe that means that the card that was milled was a Conspiracy Unraveler.
Yeah, the case file one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so are we gonna see a knight?
Ooh, we're going to see
Ooh.
a case of the Gateway Express. So Rutstein is a 1/4 and is blown off the battlefield. And here comes everybody.
Yep.
That Warden should have a die on it. Oh, there it is. It has a 3, so it's a 4/5.
That's
It's
right.
definitely a 4/5. It didn't tap. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wasn't sure if it was a 5/6.
Fair.
Insect
then-
trades for Gabo. Obviously,
Yep,
the
and
case is solved.
So
And
now we can cast an instant or sorcery, but we do have to pay the mana cost from our graveyard,
correct. I'm guessing we're going to cast Squirming Emergence,
probably.
and we can
Yeah,
get back.
I think Daisuke's draw is not going to be fast enough. This looks bad for the Convoke player. I don't know what the options are, but I'm concerned.
So you can cast a spell by casting Collect Evidence 8 or
10.
something like that.
Collect Evidence
10?
10.
Oh my
Assuming this
gosh.
is the Unraveler, which I believe it is.
It looks like it to me.
So it is a
Yeah.
6/6
Yeah.
flying Sphinx. And now we're collecting evidence in order to cast another banger.
Right.
It's
So
basically
what's going to happen
omniscience.
here is, it's
Oh my-
really messed up. What's about to happen? So
Breach
Breach the
the
multiverse.
multiverse.
I see. So you can keep breaching, really.
yes, I've played against this deck a few times on Magic Online. Once your opponent puts Conspiracy Unraveler into play, often the game ends by you decking. Like, what's going to happen from here is that, Ryuki can cast kind of as much stuff as he wants, and probably some of that stuff will result in finding more of the
Wait,
Breach
so
of Multiverses. His opponent will actually get milled out, or he won't, and he'll just have a massive board, and he'll kill him with those.
So
Kind of any way you slice it, the game's going to be over.
the 2 cards
what's
that
that
were...
card in between? Is that an Atraxa?
It's an Atraxa.
But there's all glare on it, so I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Right?
It was a Polychrome Atraxa. So that
Wait.
also gives 1.5x mult.
Oh, I see.
The Convoke player has, I believe, conceded.
And the other
So
card
how-
that was hit was an Imidane's Recruiter. So, I mean, it's possible that could have been, like, damage lethal by the end of that whole exchange. But definitely
believe
whatever was
you-
found off the Atraxa could be cast via Collect Evidence 10, and that whole
Yeah.
cycle was going to continue. If Ryuki had found a Founding the Third Path, then that would have let him recast the Breach the Multiverse out of the graveyard, etc., etc. No, I'm not actually sure whether that Atraxa was foil or polychrome. It looked polychrome to me.
It's oil slick. Which apparently is $86. I don't understand, but okay, I don't need to understand. Yeah, Atraxa plus Imidane's Recruiter is kind of messed up, honestly. That's kind of funny.
That was a
Just
nice
attack
hit.
for-
To be fair, I'm not sure it actually matters what you hit from the Convoke deck, but I guess
Oh,
the
yeah, no way.
Recruiter was one of the better ones to actually lock the game up.
That was funny. We went very quickly from, I'm not sure if the Sultai deck is going to be able to do enough stuff quickly enough to it casting something like 65 mana worth of spells.
Turns out Omniscience is really good, even if it's like kind of a very fixed Omniscience. I think specifically Omniscience was Breach of the Multiverse is pretty nonsensical.
Yeah. All right, so for Daisuke,
Right.
it's Operation Draw Land number 2 on time.
Yes.
Well, he does have some tools, I think, to fight back in this matchup. I understand there's no graveyard hate in his sideboard, which is unfortunate. But what he can do is board in these invasions, which is probably his go-to, and try to kind of delay the combo deck that is the Squirming Range deck, if you will. It's not a perfect solution, since I understand that you could take something from their hand and they could find another copy in the graveyard or what have you, but I still think they're probably worth boarding in. You also might try some Get Losts. Not a perfect solution, won't stop the Conspiracy Unraveler, but I do think sometimes killing an Atraxa will end the game before they can kind of utilize those extra cards. So my expectation is for those 6 cards to come in for Daisuke. As far as cuts, I doubt this is a matchup where Cases or War Leaders calls particularly shine. Some of that stuff is probably going to go. I also think Nurturing Pixie is somewhat unplayable, so I would probably cut it, but given that he's main decking it, I assume he won't.
Well, if you're cutting Case, you could also make a case for cutting the Pixie as well, alongside it, right?
I mean, maybe. That is one of the things that it does. Like, Pixie can bounce like 5 different things. It's not like
Sure.
Ace is somehow the thing to bounce. At least I don't think.
Well, it's also more like, I'm not sure you actually want to take stuff off of your board very often in the name of value, when I think getting them dead is more valuable than anything else.
Well, I agree with that, but that's also how I feel about Pixie in all matchups.
Yeah, so that's why you don't play
it. Yes, I think the card is just bad.
I think I agree with you, but I also don't play very much Convoke either, so, you know. Anyways, Path of Peril, obviously a banger. Let's see, what else do we have? That's one path. There's an Aquazotz, there's a Cut Down, there's a Bitter Triumph. It kind of looks like we're not very well suited to sideboard in a lot of cards for this matchup, right? I guess pick your poison's okay.
I don't think you really... I'm not sure you necessarily need to. I mean, your plan A is pretty effective against Convoke. And
sure.
Even if you had a pile of sweepers, it's annoying. The Convoke deck is going to incidentally board an invasion to stop your combo thing. And that invasion will just happen to blank your sweepers while it's at it, right? So I don't think it's that crazy to have kind of a light sideboard here.
I guess the real question is, and I've not played a lot of this Sultai Reanimator deck, what kind of cards do you think you can cut? I think I would cut this Dread Fugue. That seems pretty terrible, honestly. That's the Cleave, like, discard spell, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I would axe that one myself, personally. It mostly just looks kind of unplayable, frankly.
Yeah, I freely admit that I've certainly never tested the Sultai deck whatsoever, so I don't know where the boundary walls are. I don't know what cards are allowed to be cut versus not cut.
Flagy sucks. I kind of like Flagy if you get it to be a 1/4.
Yeah, 1/4 is unbeatable body, if you speak of this.
What I just spoke of it.
Well, the whole point of Falaji Archaeologist here is to juice your graveyard, so it seems unlikely that Ryuji is going to select a card, even when he has the option to. I guess he would take Squirming Emergence if offered, but pretty much anything else probably just sits in the graveyard.
Yeah. Anyways, I would not be surprised to see a bunch of the cheap spells come in for the Sultai deck. I have no idea what you can cut. Like Andrew has no idea what you can cut either, because when you play a deck like this, it's very important you don't actually make your engine unable to function, because that will cause you to lose more.
Sure. So it's important to keep Plan A intact as much as possible.
Yes. I would
My
default
guess
to
is
not sideboarding as I would sideboard as little as possible, but like maybe just the really high impact one of like the one path, maybe a duress, maybe a pick your poison.
yeah, like when you play this deck, I think in general you probably just sideboard a pretty fixed number of cards each time, and there are probably some pretty strict rules about what is allowed and isn't allowed. But again, Jarvis and I don't know what they are, so we cannot explain them to you, the viewer.
Like, it would not surprise me to see like one of a bunch of things come out, because that mostly leaves the deck intact to do its thing, while giving you the capability of like getting lucky and drawing the Path of Peril on a key turn or whatever, you know.
Whoa.
Oh, dropped card.
We've got a slight dexterity issue, but we're almost ready. I mean, one other thought about the cards that we had discussed from the Convoke side in terms of like bringing in Get Losts or Invasions or whatever. Like,
Invasion seems like a slam dunk to
Yeah.
me. Obviously, like it seems so good just to have information, and I think if you delay Squirming Emergence by 2 mana, it's basically infinity.
and
Yes.
getting it out of the graveyard also can matter. Like putting it in a zone where they can't access it without having to actually go through the whole process of paying is potentially pretty big.
Agreed. And also, Invasion is itself a payoff. That's important to consider too,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
when you're playing Convoke, you need a critical mass of kind of anthems for your deck to function. And a really important thing about Invasion is it just is an anthem. You know, if you have 3/1/1s in Invasion, your opponent is on a very real clock.
Yeah.
Sadly, it's not so good for lockdown. Basically, you always have to Invasion their lockdown and hope they don't draw another one.
I don't agree with that.
Doesn't the lockdown hit the flipped enchantment?
Yes, which is actively good for you. Then you get lost and you get another bite at the apple.
Oh, so you always have Get Lost and Invasion in your hand. Got it.
Well, I mean, obviously, you don't always have anything, but I think that the interaction where you get another look at their hand with the Invasion is pretty important. In fact, like, I think as the blue-white player with lockdown, you should kind of try to avoid getting their Invasion under the lockdown at least some of the time, because this is so backbreaking when it happens.
I mean, I agree with that, but it also is kind of hard to be like, oh, I'm going to disenchant your thing, then cast lockdown to get rid of your other things. Like, if that's like your only other removal spell besides lockdown, right?
Yes, agreed.
Okay. Card is
Kind
going
of
to
what I'm saying is I think Invasion is more good into lockdown than bad into lockdown on the whole.
And we lead on Battlefield Forge. That is met by a Blooming Marsh.
It's a tap land, so it's probably Death Cap Glaive.
That's the one I meant. Yeah, it's the slow land, not the fast land. Yeah, Deathcap Glade. A Ganjo is land number 2. No play yet, though obviously Resolute Reinforcements could be up.
I would say it's like a lock to have Resolute Reinforcements, because he didn't mulligan, right?
There was one
Agreed.
mull. Yeah.
Oh, there was one mull?
There was one mull.
But even on 6, I'm mulliganing any hand that has no 1-drop, no reinforcements here.
Yeah, like basically, if you don't have a 1 or 2 drop, your hand's unplayable, I think, in all matchups.
Yeah, I think that's broadly the case. Like, I can't imagine when we on 5 cards, maybe you have to risk it. On 6, there's reinforcements.
I mean, I guess I never told you the story, Andrew. In the Sunday PTQ at the Pro Tour, my opponent went to 4 cards and killed me on turn 4.
Ooh.
As Convoke.
I mean, that is a thing that happens.
I didn't think it was terribly likely, but it obviously happened to me, and it kind of sucked because like I lost game 1 pretty badly. Then game 2 kind of, you know, it was that. Oh look, shocker! There's Raise Alarm.
I believe the card that was cast on end step there, or whatever, in main phase there was Whale of the Forgotten.
Oh, the blue-black, if you have Fathom 8, it does 2 of the modes?
It does multiple things, yeah. But otherwise it's a strategic planning.
Okay. Do we have Demolition Knight?
It looks like it, because this is all happening pre-combat.
Yes. So Convoke 5.
Okay. Yep, and
Now-
we can still attack for 1 damage.
Animodanes.
No, but we
Knight and
get the
a Warden.
redraw with another knight.
Yeah, I can't complain about those hits.
No, I would just play Warden and Scribe one and put a counter.
Yeah, probably what I would do. It may depend on your exact hand, because you have a lot of power on the table. Hmm. It might be right to play on Path to Peril. I'm not sure.
The actual reason why it shuffles is they wanted to save one on the text box. I'm not
Yes.
even joking.
No. I also know this for a fact. The reason the card
Yeah.
shuffles is because there's not enough space on the card to write, put them at the bottom in a random order. It's not physically possible.
Yeah, the only card that could attack there was the Resolute Reinforcements.
Yeah.
So we're giving up just the 1 mana, the 1 damage to do that.
Theoretically, if you don't get Path, you get the 1 damage back from the Warden counter anyways.
True.
Wait, how many paths did Ryuki have again? Was it
One.
two?
It was
It's
it was
just
a
one.
single one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry. I wouldn't play around the singleton path. Yeah, I apologize.
Exactly,
I thought
yeah.
there was more.
No, if there's like 2 or 3, then you can think about it. I think if there's just one, you should just take your medicine and be like, well, I have this dominating board. If you have nothing, you're going to die very quickly.
No. I like jamming into one path.
All right, we lead on Philology Archaeologist.
Is that Path? No.
That
I don't
is
know what
not
that is.
Path, but I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it could be any card, but I'm pretty sure it's not Path to Peril.
Yeah. Path doesn't. Path only has the one art.
That's true. I don't know what that card is.
Oh, it is
It's
a Terror
Terror Tide.
Tide.
Oh, so there are multiple Wraths.
Oh,
But that one costs 4. instead of
That one
3,
costs
which is-
4, and at the moment there are actually only 3 permanents in the graveyard.
Oh, and
Update.
it's going to get invasioned as well.
It's going to cost.
Oh, wow.
Wait. Was there a Path of Peril in the hand?
Is there?
Isn't that card number 3 from the bottom a Path of Peril?
Oh,
Well, yes, but
Wow.
Path to Peril doesn't matter against invasion. He can take the Terror Tide, make it cost 2 more, attack, flip the invasion, and then the invasion
Yeah,
protects against the path.
yeah. The Terror Tide would normally be better here, except it's going to cost 6, and the path just gets blanked by Selfless Spirit, essentially.
Yeah,
So
this is very
so-
good for the Convoke side.
So to be clear, the hand is Picklock Prankster,
breaches.
Atraxa, Terror Tide, Path of Peril, Squirming Emergence, Breach the Multiverse.
That's a lot of 8-drops to have in your opener.
Yeah, so if I'm the Convoke player here, what I think I
Yeah,
would do is take the Terror Tide. Then
Yeah.
I think I might not play Knight and just attack with everyone and
I agree.
Anthem them all up.
I agree.
A card was taken from the Philology Archaeologist, so it is an 0-3.
Yeah,
So
he's lining it all up. Send 4
Yep,
ones at this,
exactly,
everyone else at
yep.
you.
For some reason, Ryuki's Atraxas are just dark squares. I don't understand why exactly, but I've learned that is the card that...
I think it's a glare issue,
Yeah.
probably.
And to be clear, we did not have the mana to play Path of Peril last turn, which is why we played Archaeologist, because the land was, I think, a Rafine's Tower.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think we're about to witness the firsthand the power of invasion here.
I mean, I've already witnessed it. It took one sweeper and made the other sweeper do nothing.
All right, so
Right.
Well, and it's about to put 8++1 counters on his creatures.
Sure.
now usually what
mean,
I
yeah.
do is just set them all up in a line and put 1 die there and say this represents 1 for each one of them. Because this part of the proceedings takes forever. Putting a die everywhere.
Yeah, that's fair.
We'll just see
Well-
if the Soldier player concedes, right?
Yeah, that also... Okay, we're not going to make you go through with putting all the dice on the creature. You made your point. We'll go to game 3.
Oh, PG8 says that card's unreadable IRL as well. Okay. So never mind. I guess it's just not a visible Magic card.
All right, thanks to the magic of YouTube, since we pretty much know what we're getting heading into game 3, I'm gonna
Speed it up. Yeah.
go 2x here as we pass through sideboarding and shuffling.
So
Yes,
we don't know if do we know if the get lost came in or not? It's kind of unclear, right?
Yeah, we don't know. Incidentally, it looks like Ryuji has 2 Terror Tides main.
And I mean, I don't think it would be crazy to leave Get Lost out. I just think that I have found against the Traxa, often Get Lost is enough. Like, if you have a large board, you can Get Losting it will buy you enough time to win. I wouldn't want a million of them, but I think having like 2 Get Lost does make sense to me. But it's not insane to exclude them by any means.
I think I agree with you. This has the same vibes to me of having in like a small number of Swords of Postures in versus like a Traxa or Reanimator decks. Because occasionally, if you kill the Traxa, you can kill them. The similar sort of vibes.
Yeah, agreed.
Although swordsing in a Traxa, that's a much bigger life buffer, isn't it?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, my plan is often to kill them that turn. Like...
Right. Well, one thing about, like, if you play against this Sultai deck as a mid-range pile, they do have a very strong ability to rebuild, since their deck is just all Squirming Emergences and Founding the Third Path, which casts them again, etc. But when you're the Convoke deck, the tempo gain from Get Losting one of their bangers can sometimes end the game immediately.
Yes.
Okay, I think, Andrew, a better example is Caracasing your opponent's Atraxa.
Yeah, that I think is much closer to what I'm describing.
Yeah. Except for Caraxes is so low opportunity cost to play, so...
All right, now coming down to 1x speed is going to feel significantly different, but players are looking at their opening hands.
Oh, the power of technology that we can fast forward the coverage.
Yeah. It's pretty big.
Also, we can always rewind the tape.
Looks like we're keeping 14 cards. And
Darkslick
leading
Shores?
on, I think, a Darkslick Shores. Cavern. Into Novice Inspector.
All right. Still live for a turn 2 night here, you know.
And we'll start with Founding the Third Path. Do we have a spell to cast with it? Yes.
Ooh, free the Fae again.
That flips over.
Atraxa.
Terror Tide?
Land. Terror Tide and Founding the Third Path, right?
Yep. So we'll take Terror Tide. I mean, honestly, as long as the only completely black square with a little hollow seal at the bottom is Atraxa, then that's not a problem. That's just Atraxa. Like, now we know that.
Agreed.
It is very, like, disconcerting to look at that.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm disconcerted.
Yeah, that's why I said that.
All right, so we separate off a Whale of the Forgotten from the pile of permanents. I don't love the Adventure Zone being out there. It feels like that Picklock Prankster is going to get forgotten, but that is how Ryuki is elected to organize things. That flips a Conspiracy Unraveler.
Oh my gosh. So next turn, there might be some real fireworks.
Well, we'll see. There might also be an invasion here, right? If Daisuke had an invasion, he would definitely play the Resolute Enforcements first, so that he has 3 power to kind of immediately threaten the flip. So he might kind of disrupt Ryuki's plans here, but yeah, he certainly should be afraid. If I were him, I'd be afraid.
I mean, old Rudstein does have a nice stat line of 1-4, right?
Yeah.
That's gonna
when he was younger, he had more power, but he wasn't as tough, you know?
Also, I have it on good authority that Honest Rustein's not very honest.
Wow.
Yeah.
I read some flavor text where he was selling like something that claims to douse, and it doesn't douse very well.
So Rudstein is a grifter, is what I'm hearing?
That's insane. Oh my god.
Yeah, Max.
Yeah, that's my word. It's on the flavor text of the card Leyline Dowser. which is a fake magic card.
Max points out in chat that actually Ryuki's Atraxas are not polychrome, they're negative. I don't know how they became negative, if it involved ectoplasm. If so, we should have a smaller max hand size.
So is whale being red, I guess?
Yeah, we're trying to figure out the interaction between founding the third path and casting the Whale of the Forgotten, because the founding, when it goes in the graveyard, is going to represent the 8th permanent. So does that mean he gets multiple modes on the Whale?
I don't think so, because I think the ability of casting founding... hold on.
I think that's
Yeah.
right. I think
Wait, sagas are sacrificed upon the resolution of the final chapter.
Exactly. So what happens is you're casting it with the third chapter still in the stack, and the saga's not in the graveyard yet.
Yes, that is correct.
Sagas are kind of goofy, and it's like kind of important to know exactly how they work.
Wait, Daisuke's play is just to attack for 4 and a Ganjo? Jesus.
Oh, that's not where you want to be, I think.
Ugh.
I think
What-
that's too
what did he
low
keep?
impact.
well, 1 damage got through and old Rutstein went down.
So
Yeah, but
there's no case, there's no knight, because you would probably rather cast knight. So what can be in his hand? Like a get lost, I guess?
I mean, but Invasion's not there either. God, it's very little. I mean, doesn't he have like 3 cards?
Let's
Yeah,
not forget that Ryuki took Terror Tide off of Free the Fae on turn 2.
Yeah.
So
It's looking very good for Oh, we're just foregoing the founding of third path and just casting emergence from our hand on Atraxa.
well, that's problematic
Okay.
for our convoked pilot who has nothing going on.
I think that's
mostly-
gonna lock up.
Mostly the way I feel is like I sort of think this Convoke draw beats nothing.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, why didn't we just fucking mull him?
Yes, like it sort of seems that now maybe this is a pretty good draw from the Swing Emergence deck, but that's just not really the point.
No.
I don't know what you were hoping their draw to look like if your draw was Resolute Reinforcements into a Ganjo. I mean, that just never wins.
What would you guess the average amount of time it takes to resolve an Atraxa trigger? Oh, even just like comp Ariel. So, in theory, players who kind of know what they're doing.
Oh, I think pretty long. I think on the order of like 30 seconds.
Oh, I was going to set the line at like 44.5 seconds.
Oh, geez. That's close.
Because some
I
people...
think I might take the under, but I'm not confident.
Some people do the absolutely abhorrent thing of sorting all of the Atraxa cards into piles of card types, which takes 20 seconds and doesn't really accomplish anything.
Yes. That should be illegal. They should give you a slow play warning just for doing that.
Yeah.
Damn, I would have like 5 slow play warnings from that then.
But I think
But it
even if
doesn't matter
all
because I played
Atraxa
the
said...
red-
If all Atraxa said was when Atraxa enters the battlefield, carefully partition the top 10 cards, like take 10 cards off the top of your library and verify to your opponent that you have exactly 10, that would still be like plus or minus 20 seconds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. Okay, maybe it's the over. You convinced me.
For what it's worth, when I get Atraxa in play, the rest of the game doesn't last very long for me, generally speaking, except
Yeah.
in domain mirrors where both people have Atraxa.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah. I think that's a
depends on the
reasonable
matchup.
quantity of times that Atraxa gets cast, though, sadly.
However, more recently, I've cast a lot of reanimates on Atraxas, and that ends a lot faster, if you believe that.
Yes.
Sure, I that is very believable.
Well,
I mean,
Reanimate on Atraxa costs 1 mana, whereas Atraxa on Atraxa costs a bajillion mana.
Yeah.
there are also some weird games of Domain versus Teamer, usually post-board, where sometimes Atraxa gets cast and the game goes many more turns, and sometimes the Teamer player can even win. Things can get pretty weird.
I believe that.
There goes
But-
old Rutstein number 2 to this Phlogy Archaeologist.
I think this game, the Atraxa is going to aim
end the game pretty damn quick, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And let's also add a Picklock Prankster. Why not?
Oh yeah, getting your Atraxa doppelgang is not a fun time for one
Oh my
person.
goodness.
Well, okay, it is definitely true that getting a checks doppelgang is really bad, although it's tricky. What do you want the domain player to do? Like, the domain deck kind of needs Atraxa.
Well, we have found a Get Lost, so that does answer the question of whether or not it is in the deck.
But we tapped both of our Battlefield Forges to do that.
Yes,
so
to
can't
crack
cast Get
Clue,
Lost.
and now we cannot actually use the Get Lost.
Kind of awkward. Do we have a white source in hand? I think he's shaking his head. It's like, why did I
Tap.
I think it might have been better to tap. You could tap Battlefield Forge and maybe Cavern Souls.
Yeah, to crack Clue.
Yeah. That just gives you more optionality on, like, if you draw. Like, if you think about Get Lost being an out, it would have given you more flexibility. Oh, but there was a white source in hand, so,
Okay,
I
so
guess it's okay.
we do add an APAC Plains and Pass. Or is that a Euro land?
That's. I want to say that's an APAC land, but I don't remember which one. Sunflower Plains.
All right, we start with Whale of the Forgotten on the other side while Jarvis looks up 90s promo basic lands.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious which location it is. Each one has like a specific location associated with it.
Right, one of the plains is the Great Wall, right?
Yeah, another is Uluru Rock in Australia.
That one has like a kangaroo in the art, doesn't it?
Exactly. That's you can remember that one a lot easier.
I appreciate that we've all collectively decided that the game is over, so we'll discuss nonsense for a little bit.
Yes.
But that plains is also nice, Andrew. You can't really deny that.
I don't really see basic land art, if I'm being honest.
So you're of the Ben Stark mentality where like the art doesn't really matter. It could be like whatever mechanism or illustration as long as the mechanics make sense.
It's nice to help me recognize the card.
I believe the sunflowers are from Japan.
Okay. And yes, that is exactly right, Sam. The map tokens were put into play from Ryuki's pile, so he was expecting to get himself get losted.
I guess that makes sense. Is this another Squirming Emergence?
Yeah, and it's going to get back Conspiracy Unraveler, which is then going to let us play the Atraxa that we got off the first Atraxa. This is why we're talking about basic lands.
Yeah.
Conspiracy Unraveler, cast a bunch of biz, win the game.
I actually think I might double speed the rest of this game.
I mean,
I think you should. This game's over.
All right.
This is like the least interesting part because, I mean, like people like doing this and making their opponents do it, but it's mostly pointless, I think.
We pick some cards off the Atraxa. Get in there, Flaggy Archaeologist.
Isn't there still a Terror Tide in hand?
Yes, there is still a Terror Tide in hand.
We're not going to cast it because it kills all of our stuff now, and our stuff is way bigger.
Then we'll map.
We're mapping onto Atraxa. That's a real power play.
I do appreciate the black die on the negative Atraxa. Then we'll cast Path of Peril. Okay, that apparently did it. The Path of Peril convinced the Convoke player to scoop him up.
It's the Path of Peril that did it, you know?
Why do people not like conceding? I don't know. I do not have a good answer for you.
All right, so we have entered the YouTube ad section of the stream.
That's my favorite section, if I'm being honest.
Okay, so my plan is to commentate round 4 here and then take a 5-minute break to make myself a cup of tea. Kenta has rolled a 7. and Hirami rolled, I think, a 6. We've definitely seen Kenta on camera before. I don't immediately recognize Tomonori's name, but I believe Kenta actually did like really well recently too. Let me actually check.
All right.
Yeah, he straight up won the Pioneer event in Aichi a couple of
did he?
Seasons ago, and actually he finished top 8 in Yokohama before that, so he went back to back. He is a formidable opponent. So it looks like we have Shipwreck Marsh and Swamp against Adenic, which it does notably have a throat. And here comes Jace. So this is some sort of Dimir control list?
Yeah. So far, all of the cards that have been played were in Edgar's deck from the Canadian RC top 8.
Gotcha.
Yes. I think we're watching Dimir Control versus Esper.
Yeah, pretty standard Esper cards coming from the other side so far.
Yeah, so these matchups tend to be pretty interesting. There's just a lot of play. Esper really has the tools to make things awkward for the control decks between flash creatures, counter spells, some aspects of value, card selection, tide binders, but it's by no means, an 80-20 matchup or something. I think it's pretty close anywhere you slice it.
So what happened with that Jace last turn?
Jace plussed. I think Jace came down in minus to mill
And
some
then
cards.
Jace...
So
yeah, but then...
all Jace could do was plus. So it was plus on Rafine.
But the ward wasn't paid.
Yeah, then he offered ward and Kenta declined.
That's kind of weird.
So yeah, I don't know what Kenta wants to do with his mana, if it's just a memory deluge or if it's something
deluge,
else.
I guess. But,
And Rafine binned a spell on the Connive, which gave it enough power to actually clear the Jace. All right, we'll get some information here as a bat is about to resolve.
The end on the bat.
Wow.
So I guess that's why we didn't pay the ward?
Yeah, we were interested in ending something. So we see that Tomonori actually only has backup Rafine and 3 lands. So discarding Bat to clear the Jace instead of Rafine was a decision.
Oh, there's another Jace. That's why you'd be okay with this.
Sure. So Kenta has backup Jace, Path of Peril, Aklazats, and one more black card.
Is that Deadly Cover-Up? I think it's
be...
Deadly Cover-Up.
That would make sense.
Yeah. Both hands are face up. It's super nice for us now.
Yeah.
Now we get to see everything.
Yes, now we can actually discuss in detail the plays they're making.
Oh, they're picking the cards up.
All right, that's okay. We saw that Tomonori just has Rafine. I mean, I guess Takenuma is like vaguely relevant. The card from Kenta is
that a white source? I guess that's for Path of Peril?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, that's super interesting.
Whoa. I mean, or is he playing like an Esper control list? That is a thing people do sometimes.
I kind of doubt it, but we'll find out pretty quickly when this game's end. Although, these games can drag on for a while, honestly.
We've seen 13 or 14 other cards from Kenta without anything that suggests something out of the Dimir playbook.
Yeah, true.
My suspicion is that it's just splashing for the cleave on Path of Peril.
All right, so Tomonori's only play this turn is to disturb Denick.
Well, the issue is with this Bat God in play, right? What is Tomonori supposed to do? Like, attack with her Fiend, but then discard lands and gives opponent Bat tokens? I mean, that's pretty unappealing.
Right.
He doesn't have spells he really wants to loot away. I mean, I guess you could loot the second Rafine, but I don't know. I think Tomonori's in real trouble.
We're just going to fire off the Path of Peril as a 1-for-1 against the Denick.
This also allows for a Queen attack with Aquazats. This is the other reason to do this. Oh, Bat token.
So I think Underground River hits the bin. But I mean that could be a shipwreck marsh. Who
No,
knows?
that one's Underground River. I recognize the non-alternate art ones.
The blue-black lands are just impossible mode. The blue-black ones are the worst.
So also the channel lands are kind of bad versus Aquazot's for some definition of bad.
Awkward, maybe. Unfortunate.
Yeah, those are. I mean, I think Kenta's gonna get a lot of bats this game.
Yeah.
Is my suspicion.
Yeah, I mean, it's... I'm not... I think how many bats he gets may be limited more by how long it takes Tomonori to concede than anything
I
else.
agree. Yeah.
All right, we have found a
okay.
throat.
Yeah, but eventually that Aquazot's will be back.
And it's not that eventually.
We're gonna
Especially
play.
if we're activating the anchorage, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And so that we can have something connive too.
Yes, Tomonori's thinking just like, look, my hand is all lands, and I have to get these lands out of my hand and make them into spells before back on reflips. I just need my second connive here. I like this play.
I
mean,
agree.
it's kind of desperate, but I think you are desperate.
I believe
Two
that's
lands are discarded.
Deserted Beach and Plains go away. So Takenuma is still definitely in hand, and whatever the other card was that came from the connive.
Also, notably, a lot of Esper lists only have one basic, so the field may now just be a one-sided strip mine.
Yeah.
Or wasteland, I guess. Like, I don't know, Andrew, is it your experience that Esper lists have more than one basic now?
They usually have one.
Yeah, so with the planes being discarded, obviously with open deck lists you'll know for sure, but I have a feeling that it might just be the case that there's no other basic in the deck.
All right.
And
so
we're extracting the Rafines, which is kind of brutal because you get a Rafine from hand as well.
Yes. Now, I believe because this is a sort of extraction effect printed recently, that
You
Tomonori does
get a draw
card.
card. Yeah, they fixed that for some definition of fix. I'll tell you what, I've been extracted from my World Soils Rages a lot recently in Game 1, and it doesn't really matter that I get to draw another card because the game's essentially over.
Well, I mean, I sort of think that if blue-black control is even 5% of the field, that it might be right for Temur to play a single B threat in the main, even though I understand that has costs. It just makes an extreme difference in game 1 against blue-black, and I think blue-black does exist, even if it's not incredibly popular.
Someone points out in chat there is Basic Island in Tomonori's hand, so
Oh,
it would shock me if he had more than two basics, but there are two basics face up.
okay, so there's almost certainly not more than two basics, which means the field is safe to go as just being strip mine or wasteland.
Yeah, the second basic makes it even more clear. Kenta should know that his field is strip mine, but also, like, his opponent has a million lands in play. I don't think Kenta's in, like, a rush to use this field. I mean, at some point he'll hit the anchorage, but if he has better things to do with his mana, that's totally reasonable.
It also might fix his mana, too, because one of the lands is...
But I think Kenta was kind of priced into doing it this turn because the map token revealed a wedding announcement, so you had the additional benefit of denying your opponent a reasonable spell.
Actually,
that definitely makes sense.
Gab brought this up. Someone asked him about splitting field and a field and demolition field, and then he said no because I actually want to field of ruin away my opponent's things when they map something good on top off of Get Lost. Which is kind of funny because we just saw that right here.
Yep. So an end-step fairy mastermind is met by 3 steps ahead. And we still continue to be in the hellbent waiting room trying to get down to Aquazot's. It's time to...
What I would say about that 3 steps ahead play is Fairy Mastermind is not the biggest threat in this matchup. I mean, it's good, obviously, and it has text. But 3 steps ahead, it's just one of two things. Either Kenta's hand has a lot of things that draw cards, and he's worried about getting Omega owned by it, or B, his hand is just very good, and he's signaling extreme strength. Now, it looks like it's option A to me, given that he's now played Jace and a Deuce. But it sort of has to be one of those two scenarios.
I agree. By the way, this is another anchorage, so we're milling ourselves in case you can mill yourself into a deluge is the reason to do this.
Well, also, you want to assess whose graveyard is like closer to being the requisite number of cards to get the Ancestral Recall, right?
Yeah, technically.
Visions of Beyond, I
mean,
guess.
It's not a huge factor, but it does matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think the milling, 3 out of whatever number deluge you see by milling yourself for 3 is the bigger reason to do it. But it's both, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a
agreed.
wedding announcement.
Okay, more resources trade off, and we wind up with a 3-mana 1/1. And the mill continues. Unfortunately, Kenta's graveyard is hot mess
Mostly
off
off
screen.
screen.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
hard to assess exactly how close we are. Now we're going to main phase a Memory Deluge.
I think we are, yes. I was going to say the game looks well in hand, and
Yeah.
I like the early concession here to preserve round clock, most likely.
Agreed.
I think people just don't do that. They're like, oh, I'm going to be read or redacted and fight to the bitter end. And I'm just like, I think what you're actually doing is causing yourself more draws more often.
All right, we got to look here at Kenta's list.
Yeah, it looks pretty normal here.
So it's those white lands are only for a cleaved Path of Peril, like I suspected. There's one of
Yep,
each.
you were absolutely right.
Yeah, 1 Beach and 1 Sanctum.
It just seemed kind of logical to me because I think like full on Esper control mana base, that's not really where I'd want to be. Like,
Yeah.
it's too awkward, I think.
Well, I mean, I don't make any claim as to whether it was correct, but just that it was something that one might do.
Yeah.
People do things I disagree with all the time. Exhibit A, Nurturing Pixie.
There's a Shoot the Sheriff. There's 3 Path 3 cover up. I guess the moving one of the cover ups to a path is a nod to Convoke, probably. Because I think the Dimir decks typically are a lot worse versus Convoke than Azorius is.
They're awful against it, yes. Well, the thing is, okay, the Dimir deck cannot answer a really large number of permanents the Convoke deck can put into play. Like, they can't answer Invasion, it stops all of their Wraths, they can't answer War Leader's Call, they also can't answer Urbrath's Forge. They can Tidebind it, but they have no, they don't have any marches or kind of permanent answers. So just like post-board especially, the Convoke deck is very good at repeatedly playing cards that the Dimir deck can never take off the table. But again, this is sort of material we're watching an Esper match.
So the third card from the top in Kenta's
It's
sideboard...
Harvester of Mystery, I think, or Misery.
That makes sense. It is just straight up the black square. I find that funny.
Yeah, well, it says it was like HA something of. So my assumption is it's Harvester of Misery. There's a similar problem in the Esper midrange sideboard. I think that's Pest Control. It's the big score cards that have the issue. It looks like
That makes sense.
Okay.
Something about how they're coded in Melee.
So I expect this Esper player to board in these disdainful strokes of these dresses. That seems pretty straightforward. Maybe this Tidebinder. That seems possible. I don't think Loran does much. I don't think that'd be of interest. You could board in a Simulation Aegis. I know that the main reason people play that card is to answer Back God, but I kind of suspect that's not the fight you want to be picking against this blue black control deck. I think you'd kind of prefer to leverage counterspells against the Back God and accept that if it resolves, it's going to be good.
I agree with you. The Aegis seems unbelievably that's the wrong way to approach the answering it, I think.
Yes, agreed. I'm just pointing out that is why people play the card, is to kill the Back God for the most part. So, yeah. But, and as far as cuts go, I'm not exactly sure what this Esper player is going to opt to do. Cut Down is an obvious card to get out of the deck, but I think you want at least some Go for the Throats. So, after the Cut Downs, I'm not sure what the next 2 cards that go are.
I'm looking. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. I guess we'll just see what Tomonori does.
Yeah, agreed. Sometimes we get to cast matchups where I know like exactly how those players are going to sideboard, and I get to feel great. But in this one, I think it's pretty up in the air what the other cuts from this Esper player are going to be. Mm.
Okay, having finished that discussion, I'm going to speed up Tomonori counting to 60 here.
I'm glad you didn't call it shuffling and you called it counting.
Yeah, counting to 60. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, counting to 60.
You're allowed to do it once
Once a game.
to make sure that all the numbers are still there.
Yep.
Moondrius, there will certainly be coverage of the RC in Dallas. It is next weekend.
Yeah, there will be no time traveling coverage of the RC in Dallas.
We don't know that.
But
We literally don't know that. You can't say that.
besides,
It might happen in the future and then go backwards and then, I don't know, grandfather paradox.
Yeah, you got me. That's fair.
besides our coverage of
I've
Japan
watched-
and Korea, there is also definitely Europe coverage this weekend.
Yeah.
Which is
I've
done
watched
for the
a
day.
lot of I've watched a lot of Star Trek time travel episodes. All sorts of weird shit happens. Paul Green, you lost to me in the finals.
Oh, that's a good result.
Yeah, I think you have to be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah.
Oh no, now in chat he's lost in the semis. It's slowly
However-
degrading.
However, the issue is now they've said it, it might not happen.
Yeah, there's a real quantum paradox issue happening here.
Now someone else will lose to you in the finals.
Yeah, we've definitely butterfly affected it all the way into something else happening.
All right, both
All right,
players
all right.
have kept 7 cards, and we lead on Deserted Beach.
I love the Urza Saga swamp into Urza Saga Duress. That's super nice.
And that was just a whoop. Let's get that wedding announcement right over there into the graveyard off the top of your hand.
Yeah, the other card I would consider taking is Duress, but I mean, like, there's not even black
Fantastic.
mana.
Yeah.
But they're likely to be able to do so when it matters. But I still think the announcement's probably scarier. The go for the throat is like whatever. So
Well, I just think there's an issue where, okay, because Tomonori has 3 black cards in hand without black mana, even if he eventually finds black, he could easily be in a spot where he can only deploy 1 black spell a turn, and therefore having 1 less black spell is a relatively low impact. So I think taking the announcement actually, bizarrely, also makes it less likely Tomonori can double spell in the future.
by the way, no third land.
Yep.
And Ayagandra was one of the lands. Also, Tomonori has done the Steve Nagy / Kyle Balgamus thing of turning cards upside down if your opponent has seen them.
Yep.
It's a very boomer trick, is what I would say.
Yeah, the Zoomers don't know about turning cards upside down.
I don't think I've seen many of them do it, so... Oh, but that's a black source, and an untapped one, that doesn't hurt you.
Okay, so Concealed Courtyard frees the bat. And so now we should get a look at what's going on the other side. It looks like Go for the Throat, Path of Peril, Deadly Cover-Up, Chrome Host, Seed Shark, and a Shipwreck Marsh.
Huh. So there's a lot of ways to approach this. I think I would probably take Go for the Throat. It's actually kind of weird. Go for the Throat wasn't cast in response, right?
That's right. All right, we are going to take Go for the
I
Throat.
understand why not.
It seems sort of like to me like a forced play to cast that Go for the Throat, right?
Well, maybe.
If your feeling is eventually it's going to get swept up. Oh, I see. So the logic is we know that Tomonori has Go for the Throat in his own hand. now we can play Seed Shark and trade Go for the Throats and wind up with a 2/2. Is that the game?
We don't have Go for the Throat in our hand anymore.
Oh, that's right. We don't. Yeah,
But,
so I don't know.
Wait, I think this could still make sense. I think the idea is, yeah.
Yeah, we found Long Goodbye.
Long Goodbye was drawn then, right?
Yeah, it must have been. Because it wasn't there when Bat was played.
Sure. Okay,
but let's say we didn't draw Long Goodbye.
Yeah,
right?
Then that play kind of sucks, right?
Oh, I think it might be right. Basically, I don't know why you guys are in such a rush to trade Go with the Bat. I feel like the Bat's going to trade for something 1-for-1 regardless, and which thing it is not very important. And if I'm the blue control player, my goal might just be to make it so that when I kill the Bat, whoever I do, I get an incubate token. And if I wait till turn 6 and then play, Shark plus Path of Peril, I think that's honestly just fine. It's kind of hard for this player to commit more to the board, in fact, into the Path of Peril face up. Like, I don't mind this play from Kent at all.
I think Andrew's right, actually, now I've thought about it more.
Yeah, there were 2 sweepers, right? There was also a deadly cover-up, so... The Bat obviously wasn't going to win the game or anything.
Ooh. Mystic Confluence has been cast. Are you a Mystic Confluence enjoyer, Andrew?
Somewhat, I don't know.
The modes are counter, Wandering Emperor, draw a card, discard a card.
Yes. We had to tack on a 4th command mode.
Yeah, the rarely chosen discard a card mode.
It's for balance reasons.
Right. Sometimes you make the decision with Bat, like, I'm not going to take Go for the Throat to try to get them to use Go for the Throat on the Bat, because then they're not using Go for the Throat on something else.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was kind of, like Sam is suggesting in chat, kind of the opposite, right? Of like...
Yeah. I think in retrospect, Andrew/Sam have a better read on what should happen right here.
So it is just removal for days from Kenta. And the Incubator is going to slowly work on Tomonori's life. Obviously, he's going to be gaining back 1 life a turn for as long as... he leaves the Bat in play. And now, heads up play from Kenta. We saw an island and a plains in Tomonori's deck,
swamp.
but not a basic swamp.
Yeah. So this says cut off black.
So blowing up...
I was going to say that Esper's had kind of a problem with these Field of Ruin strategies for basically as long as Esper's been a deck in Standard. It's too hard to play 3 colors and enough basics to be resilient to this. And there's almost always going to be a color they cut off, and right now that color's black.
Yeah, you can't really play Swamp in this deck. It's just too bad, I think. I guess you could, but it's awkward.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're playing too many other costs in other matchups. I don't think you're wrong to exclude it.
And the Incubator token continues to put up some layups.
Go on the Warpath?
Yeah. Tomonori down to 14.
Sam has a good point. You could play Swamp if you are currently playing Takenuma.
Yeah, I've often said that I think Swamp is strictly better than Takenuma.
Oh, the word strictly better there makes me want to not agree with you.
Dark Slick Shores is the black source found from Tomonori, so that means another 2 points of getting hit, waiting for the ability to cast any of the spells. And now that we can finally play black spells, we have elected to play Duress rather than a permanent. Which I think makes sense given that we know that Kenta's hand is loaded.
Well, he didn't play a land for like 2 turns in a row, right?
Yeah. How close is Kenta to having all of it? Like, it all?
It's close.
He seems to have much of it.
I think I'm willing to rule that he has it all.
So it's Negate, Long Goodbye, Memory Deluge, Sheldred's Edict, another Long Goodbye, Path of Peril, and Deadly Cover-Up. I'm going to take the deluge. And meanwhile, throughout all of this,
The rampage continues.
yeah, I believe that incubator has done 12 points of damage now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that, look, I think this matchup is fine for Esper, but I think Tomonori's draws have not been incredibly cooperative, and Kenta's draws have been quite good, and this game is pretty over at this stage.
All right.
Is there a Restless Reef? I don't think there is.
Land number 2 from the bottom might be a reef. I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, okay, yeah, I think it is actually.
Now, from
This
the
is only
incubator
starting
token, I would be pretty incensed if Kenta brought in the reef at this point. Like, I got this game under control. Let me just do
Don't-
the last 8 points.
Don't got all these.
All right, there goes
Okay.
the negate.
Does that mean Wandering Emperor?
It must.
It might.
We're going to play an
Oh,
assimilation.
it's the O-ring! The O-ring
Aegis.
has come in!
I mean, that's it. How's Kenta gonna beat that? I mean, I don't know what to say.
You mean an empty assimilation Aegis?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And here comes
Oh,
the
look,
reef.
the reef is on the warpath now.
You killed my little tutu buddy. I'm angry. Here comes my 4/4.
Warfare is twice as big as Tutu.
Yeah.
That's some math right there.
Now, if he could equip the assimilation Aegis at instant speed, we could be talking. Does that turn the reef into a 0/0?
It does. The Aegis has nothing copying. If you equip it, I don't think anything happens.
It's just, you get to attach it.
Yeah.
That's the end of the story.
There's nothing under it.
I'm like 95% sure of that.
No, you're right. Nothing is not a 0/0.
All right, well, Acklazotz trades for the reef and for life.
No, it's Deadly Cover-Up, right?
Oh.
And I
Yeah,
believe you
You're
can
correct, you're correct.
extract it. You can also extract it before it flips, because the
Yes.
trigger will be on the stack.
Yeah.
Correct?
And that's what Kenta's saying here. He's like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's not going to become a land. I'm going to extract it.
It looks like we're... Okay, no, then
Then
Tomonori now understands what was being said.
Kenta should know that there's only one Acklazotz in the list, I believe. So this is just a, do you want to see how I sideboarded while you're miles ahead?
Yeah, honestly, I might decline to look through my opponent's deck if I were Kenta here.
I don't totally know what
Wow.
you're getting for
Hold
that.
on. Hold on. Andrew, how ruthless is it to not look at your opponent's deck while deadly covering them up in this situation? Sounds kind of
Well,
ruthful to me.
In this situation, I think it might be ruthless because nothing matters and I can't lose anyway.
Like, what would be the argument for looking? That you think you might run into this person in the top 8 and you would like to see how they sideboarded against you?
That's part of it. And second, what if the game really goes weirdly and you do lose from this spot?
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not saying it's particularly likely. I'm saying it theoretically could happen.
I just think it might be more ruthless to conserve my mental energy for later in the tournament.
Okay, so
Oh, that's a very valid point, actually.
Tomonori does triple spell this turn with Hearse to get rid of that Memory Deluge, plus Caustic Bronco, plus Rafine. And Kenta may be out of sweepers at this point. He's used...
Yeah, but spot removal is almost as good, because if you remove one thing and you activate the reef, that'll force a block with the other thing.
Yeah.
You basically have... Wait, Control Z?
That seemed like a reasonable play. There is enough
I
mana
wanna-
to activate the reef, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he just wanted to retap, I guess. You're basically allowed to retap as long as nothing too much has happened.
Okay, so...
Okay, yeah, the Abyss is good enough. Like, it's just so hard from Tomonori to come back from that point where you have to block that reef every turn or kill it, right?
Right.
Yes, it's the Abyss, for sure.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is queue up round number 5. We're going to get through the YouTube ad. Then I'm going to pause it. Actually, while this YouTube ad is playing, if you haven't watched this Summoning Salt video on Tetris World Records, do yourself a favor and watch it. It's awesome. And this is coming from someone who like kind of knew the story as well, but it is a fascinating tale.
Okay, but wait, what were you going to say?
So I am queuing it up to right here. I'm going to pause it at this moment. I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea, and we are going to continue watching round 5 in 4 minutes. Does that sound good to you, gentlemen?
Well, wait a minute. I have a question. While Jarvis is here, since I
Yeah.
think Jarvis will probably not be here for an unlimited amount of time, I wonder if I should take a break and then come back in an hour or something.
Yeah, that works. Is that cool with
I
you,
think
Jarvis?
you should. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm going to be doing this a long time today, and I think I would appreciate an hour's break. So I guess
Yeah.
I'll let you guys do probably 2 rounds without me, is what I guess an hour will be,
Yep.
and then I'll be back.
Okay.
All right,
Okay,
sounds
chat.
good.
So maybe I'll take this moment as we head to break for a moment here to remind you of the plan. We are currently watching Regional Championship Day 1 on tape delay. We are at round 5 of 8. So I can add that. Rounds 1 through 8 are what we're watching. Then it will be a short dinner break. Tonight is the live stream of Regional Championship Day 2. So we are doing like 6 hours here in the afternoon and then another 6 or 7 hours in the evening, which is why I'm going to take a break right now and try to preserve my voice. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we'll watch round 5. Cheers, everyone. Okay.
I'm here.
I am back. I've got my tea now, so in that case, I'll go ahead and push play. The rumor is that we are about to watch the Overslime. Is that right?
The Slogurk, the life from the loam itself.
Yes.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. I was with the Sanctum people for this Pro Tour, so I got eventually talked into the Slogurk as well. I think it's mostly a framing thing for me, because at its full power, the deck is kind of egregiously broken. Like Relic taps for like 15 mana in one turn. Like
Mm-hmm.
you have a bunch of like things that do nonsensical engine-y things. So I don't know. I'm still like thinking about it. I may switch back to it. Who can say?
Tsuyoshi on the
But
left wins the die roll 9-8 and promptly mulligans. And we have reached shuffle cam, so I will fast forward. You can continue talking.
yeah, so I kind of think the best draws in the Slogurk deck, it really doesn't look like you're playing the same format as your opponent, is what I would say. And let's see, we have 1 Aquazotz, 2 Urtai, 2 Titania, the combo piece of Vial Smasher, the Tiny Bones, the Pickpocket Still. This basically looks like what most of us registered for the tournament. I guess the Vornclux has been cut for Rakdos the Muscle,
Wow.
which is interesting. Huh. I don't think we ever tried that one. I don't know. Jason, do you have any experience with Rakdos the Muscle either? Oh, so it looks like it's Convoke versus Slogurk. I do not enjoy this matchup. Play draw, I think, also matters a lot, which is, I think, just a classic Convoke thing.
All right, so we lead on Takenuma on the right, in with the Novice Inspector, and we'll just represent a Resolute Reinforcements. It seems like what we're doing. First play from Kazuhiro is a Rona.
Yeah, that's a Cavern of Souls. One of the is that the Enchanting Tale or something like that? I don't
Yes,
even know what that cavern's from, I guess. Okay,
Here
this looks like a knight.
comes a Knight, X is 3.
Yeah, case there would have been like game ending, I think. Or not exactly, but it would have been very problematic.
It looks like we found Yodian Frontliner and a Sanguine Evangelist. So not an overwhelming pair of cards. We missed Recruiter, but we did find a Battle Cry.
There still could be a Recruiter in hand, which would be somewhat problematic.
Very true.
Do we have Relic Inti? That would be almost best possible, I think.
I thought I saw a Relic. Yeah, there it is. Now...
It's Relic Vow Smasher.
Yes.
Do not say go. Okay, so if we get another turn with the Relic and everything in play, fireworks might happen. Okay, that's a cavern. Oh no. Well, what are we doing here?
I'm...
Okay,
I think it just says human on it. I would be surprised. I'm a little surprised in round 4 that we don't just already have a slip of paper with human.
Sure.
But maybe they just get discarded from round to round. And we're going to play a War Leader's Call. And, of course, right-click Attack All. Now, the Frontliner boost it seems to have gone on the Knight. Does that...
Yeah, because you don't have a free block on it, right?
Sure.
Well,
Ron is a 1/3, is that right?
Yeah.
Ooh, Relic lets Vial Smasher tap for green to channel Beseiju, clearing the War Leader's Call.
So this is kind of nice. I think even if you pumped one of the other creatures besides the knight, what would happen
is you would just block one of the X ones anyways that
Yeah.
wasn't pumped. So I'm not really sure pumping anything besides the Knight actually makes very much sense.
Sure, there was no way to force awkward blocks. Like there were too many small things
Right.
that could have gotten chewed up
Right.
by that play. So Kazuhiro goes to 12. I'm going to start with a Rona Loot. Banning a Dark Slick Shores.
Did we draw an Inti? I think we drew an
I think
Inti.
we drew Inti. Yep.
That looks like an Inti to me.
There's the Seneschal of the Sun.
Okay, so we have the engine. We didn't loot main phase.
Yep, it was just Inti Pass.
Yeah. If there's like another intact spell, this is fine. You can just take a turn off, I think, and everything will be fine. Like, if you have Go There, Throw It, or Ottawara, it's pretty strong here. You also, often Ottawara, you would get an Inti activation. This is like kind of what I'm referring to. That Relic is produces a ludicrous amount of mana in the
Yeah.
deck. Like, it's just, I don't know. It kind of doesn't make sense that it does that much.
We're just going to go ahead and Gleeful the Yodian Frontliner, but it's going to be met by Cutdown to blow everything out.
So, another thing you could actually do with Demolition in this matchup is to go after your opponent's Relic. I think I might have preferred to see that.
Sure. I guess we know that Tsuyoshi has a backup. Oh, no. I was going to say we knew that he had a backup Knight, but we didn't. The Knight found Frontliner and Sanguine Evangelist.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is going to get out of hand now. Like, this engine sees so many cards per turn. Because, like, basically all of the legends you see let your Rona untap. And, like,
Yeah.
basically you get 2 more looks every time. So it kind of just, like, cascades out of control very quickly. I'm not going to call it exponential growth. It's not really. But it's some sort of, like, growth. We'll just say it's growth.
It is a snowball.
Yeah. It's more like quadratic. I'm not sure that's quite correct, but
It's something
I also
like
think it,
X to the 1.5 or something. Like, it's better than linear, but
it's rampant.
yes.
I like that.
Okay,
It's
so the
super
first
linear.
play is Nissa, and we're going to just call it at that.
It's Titania, right?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So weird. Titania's also like gain 14 life in this deck.
That's correct.
Somehow, like it's just. What got exiled? I guess nothing. Oh no! What is that land?
Yeah, no. Well, so Kazuhiro looted on end step, and Inti flipped over, I think, a white-green land or something, whatever that card
But
is.
you can play it.
But
you can play it.
that could have been played. That's right. I think it was a Razorverge Thicket. But that was at the end of the previous turn, and I guess they lost track of it.
Yeah, I think it's a Blooming Marsh because I didn't see any white cards in this deck.
Sure.
But it's same idea. And now an Alpha Strike's happening. It's Recruiter into Sanguine Evangelist. So we have to be kind of careful not to die. Because everything's enormous.
That's right. So we've got a +1/+0 from the Recruiter, and then 2 Battle Cries.
So Takanuma gets channeled. We go to 10. And then Inti resolves. That's a swamp. If more lands are hit, you gain 2. So you gain 2 more. And then Honest Redstein's put into hand. So we're at 12. All these creatures are basically 3+ power, though.
That's correct.
So...
And there are 2 bats that we can't deal with. So... Oh, wait, update. Titania has reach, right?
Yes. But...
The bats are big enough to trade for Titania.
Yeah, I think we might just be, like, mostly... We might have to block with everything, I think, it looks like. Because the bats are 4 1s. Yeah, so I think what literally happens is you have to block all of the big creatures, and then you're left with nothing, and you take... Wait, no, I think you actually just take 12 damage. But you can loot to try to stay alive. Yeah, I think passing there was actually too passive. I think we should have just tried to like go through our entire deck or something like that.
Okay, so I'm counting that it's 4, 4, 4,
Yeah,
4, 4,
4, 5.
5. Yeah, because
Yeah.
the recruiter
So
counts itself, but the battle cries do not, or something. One of
yeah, it seems like we are mostly dead.
so like this, we're leaving open 12.
Yep.
And
Okay. Yeah,
the Rona loot did not succeed, and for that reason, we have taken lethal.
so I think Jason's point, which is well taken, is I think there the conditions were favorable to actually jumpstart our combo,
Mm-hmm.
and we should just go for it instead of having to like risk having to block if our opponent had drawn like an Immodane's recruiter or something like that. Like incidentally, I think like maybe if you find enough stuff, you can maybe just gain a bunch of life off Titania as well, and that might be good enough. Anyways, from Convoke side, we have I don't know. I don't play Convoke, but it seems like you could theoretically sideboard in like a small amount of removal.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely would not cut Case. Case is like your best card in this matchup.
Sure.
War Leader's Call is more debatable. Evangelist is kind of like whatever as well. You can't cut any of the ones, I think, because they're just too essential for you having like a functional draw. Yeah, not channeling the Takanuma.
Right.
If the Takanuma just had been channeled, we could just play Honest Redstein, and then a lot of stuff happens. So yeah, I think cutting Warleader's Call is good for maybe some removal, like a small amount of removal.
So remind me, because they've printed Get Lost, March of Otherworldly Light, Fateful Absence, etc. What card types does Get Lost actually destroy?
Okay, I'm gonna look it up before I say anything.
They're all slightly different.
It's creature, enchantment, or planeswalker. Then
Okay.
they get 2 maps.
Okay, so yeah, creature, enchantment, or planeswalker. So it cannot hit Relic of Legends is my point.
Yeah. What I hate about all of these slightly different things is I also don't remember. Like March cannot hit planeswalkers.
That's correct. March can hit artifacts, but not planeswalkers.
Yeah, but it is like irritating to like try to remember a bunch of them.
Yeah.
You know?
I get the
The
impetus
thing-
to make them all slightly different so that
Yeah.
like you would have some deck building decision to make, but the fact that they're slightly different pales in comparison to how similar they are, which just fights against a Magic player's instinct to kind of group cards together by their effect.
I want to say one thing about March, which is it's heavily played in older formats because it kills Urza Saga for 1 mana.
Sure.
Which is a huge breaker.
Right. So Jason says in chat that basically Convoke's hope is to have a good plan A draw and probably make a couple of small changes to lessen their exposure to Boseiju.
Like I said earlier, I died to a Convoke player mulligan to 4 versus me playing Slogurk because they just killed me on turn 4 by enacting their game 1 plan in game 2, essentially. Which happens a non-zero amount of the time, you know. The best draws in the Convoke deck do not look like you're playing the same format as your opponent. I think that just is a function of the format. The top end draws of a lot of the decks don't really look like standard power level decks, or like old standard power level decks is probably a better way of putting it, because we are basically at the zenith of how many sets are in the format, right?
Yeah, we're at 12, which is like, you know, extended at one point in Magic's history.
Yeah, I mean, there was a four block extended format where you could play with Stoneforge Mystic, Sword of Feast and Famine, Bitter Blossom, like Thought Season, Cryptic Command.
So yeah, I basically think most of the decks are like really powerful at their top end draws, which is
Mhm.
why you see a lot of different type of decks. What is? I guess this is a judge call.
Yeah, there's
Some sort.
something. I don't know if someone was concerned about something about the sleeves or something. It looked like a judge was going through
Okay,
one of the decks, or if they were
sure.
trying to find a card.
Mhm,
Maybe someone had English cards and they wanted to look something
mhm.
up. I don't know. Um,
Anyways, I think the Glistening Deluges and Path of Peril has come in.
yep.
I am struggling to remember what we were cutting before. My suspicion is I'm not sure the Vile Smasher matters, but I don't remember right now. Um, the expensive cards are generally not the most great. Like Urtai seems really mediocre.
Yeah.
The sweepers are obviously fantastic. Well, fantastic might be a stretch, but I think you need them, and there are some games where they will look incredibly good. And Sam, before people had four Glistening Deluge, and I actually commented that I think one of them should be Path of Peril because of killing a big warden. So I think I disagree because I was the person who actually suggested the first path.
Okay, so
It doesn't always kill your own creatures, but that I guess sorry, that's my rant about that.
Tsuyoshi is only on 6, and we lead Darkslick Shores. Blackleaf Cliffs, and the turn 1 Battlefield Forge Warden of the Inner Sky is met by Cut Down. Kazuhiro then deploys Inti against absolutely no play from Tsuyoshi.
Well, absolutely no play, but I think it's resolute reinforcements a large portion of the time here.
Yeah, but my bad. I lost track of who was on the play.
Yeah.
I thought that was turn 2 just completely passing through, but you're correct. Resolute Reinforcements is coming. Inti flips a Boseiju, which then can be put onto the battlefield, and we have the Overslime.
There's one proving ground in the graveyard to go get if our Solgert gets killed.
Here come the 1/1s, question mark. Looks like Tsuyoshi's figuring out what he wants to do on end step.
Yeah, it looks like there's a reinforcements and a get lost, so you're trying to
Mm.
decide what to do. I think you should just cast the reinforcements first, and then on your turn decide if you want to kill the Solgert to try to attack. It's not really the best like card advantage exchange possible. In fact, it's like pretty darn bad in that regard. But I think like when you're playing Convoke, this is kind of what you've signed up for sometimes.
Yeah, you've got to push your damage where you can. So, no play yet. Kazuhiro is allowed to
Okay.
untap.
Okay. So there's a Rona in hand, I think, and an Otawara, I think as well.
Kazuhiro
Okay.
attempts to go to attacks, and it's going to be Inti that's going to get lost.
Yeah, fascinating.
Probably will keep. Oh, again, map tokens fly in from across the battlefield. I was going to say this might keep Slogurk back, but never mind. The 3/3's getting in there. I guess somehow Tsuyoshi's already down to 11. One of his
Well, the
colored
Battlefield,
sources, yeah, is
yeah,
Battlefield Forge. And
map onto Rona, huh?
putting
Proving ground.
Zeotor's Proving Ground into hand and then land for turn Proving Ground. Land for turn is Iganjo on the other side. More reinforcements, main phase.
So it means a knight probably.
Yep.
Like anyone who's played any amount of standards, like that there's like only one thing that can really mean,
Yeah.
you know.
So this is Knight X is 4. We can take anything except more knights.
Well, we got a Vodaran Epicure and a Novice Inspector.
That is all we've got. No 3-drops.
Oh gosh, that's
It's a pretty weak collected company.
I don't know. You still have a 4/4 at least. Like that's like when you miss on a collected company, it is game losing. Here, if you miss, it's just like, well, I guess I still have this 4/4.
That is true.
Right.
I've cast my share of collected companies that have just hit 2 Llanowar Elves. I admit it.
Well, I mean, like that's how it be.
Yep.
Slogurk's attacking. All right. So before damage flute.
Down goes Boseiju. That puts a counter on Slogurk. And Tsuyoshi can't really afford to shrink his board at this point, I'm guessing. Like, he needs stuff in play if he's going to be able to threaten.
Oh, and that's a glistening deluge, which conveniently Slogurk is big enough to not die to the deluge.
Right, so it's all creatures get -1/-1, and then white and green creatures get -2/-2 on top of that.
Yeah, I believe that's exact wording.
So the 4/4 green Slogurk lives. Oh, yes, okay. You don't need to remind me of the 1 Llanowar Elf collected companies.
What about the 0 creature collected companies?
Uh, All right, Knight in for 3, and then we'll play Evangelist.
That's off to you.
I mean, Slogurk is large here, right?
Yeah, I think this might be a game where it's actually going to be decided by Slogurk trample damage. Especially since, like, looting plus, like, Rona plus Slogurk is a lot. Oh, we could also do this and attack for all trample damages.
Yep, so we're going to flip Rona, and Tsuyoshi sees that his 2 toughness is not going to be enough to deal with the onslaught.
It was 9 -2, right?
Yep, that's exactly right. It was Xaxes.
Yep. We've seen a dichotomy of games here where game 1 was won by turn 6, or it might have been turn 5 because of Boseiju, where 2 3-drops were cast. They all had haste and +1/+0, +2/+0, +3/+0, +3/+0 to a bunch of the creatures.
Yep.
Yeah. And this game, a giant Slogurk and a flipped Rona something Obliterator. I don't remember the flip side name.
Tolarian Obliterator. Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, the flip side is a callback to Phyrexian Obliterator.
Mm-hmm.
But obliterating Tolaria doesn't seem very friendly to Teferi.
No, I don't get the sense that Rona's actually a very nice person.
No, probably not.
All right, players counting to 60. Actually, it does look like there's a backup match now. Though that might be, I don't know, that could be the standard cup or something over there.
Yeah, could be.
The judges standing over the shoulders does kind of explain the poor lighting that we saw last night, where the battlefield was often just doused in shadow.
So I wonder, are the red dress judges, the head judges, similar to the U.S.? Like, is it the same coloring for clothing?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
All right, can we keep 14 cards here? And the answer is
No.
Immediately no. I mean, Convoke does mulligan a lot.
Like I was saying, like, Convoke can just go to like 4 or 5 and kill its opponent very quickly. like I don't think having a bunch of like extra one drops but no like big payoff card is going to win you many games is the issue.
Sure. Well,
I
we
mean,
saw a
I'm not.
Convoke game like that earlier
Yeah.
in the stream, right? Where it was like, well, what do you think you're
Mhm.
beating with Resolute Reinforcement beatdown?
I think there are very few hands where I wouldn't keep. I think you need to have like a Knight, a Warrior Leader's Call, or an Immudanes in your most of your opening hands, which is obviously like not that many cards. That's like 12-ish cards.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it can be Case instead, I think, but what that means is I think there's just a large portion of games or a large portion of hands that don't contain one of those cards. You probably should just mulligan. You don't think that's true, Sam? Oh, you also need dorks, yeah. But you don't need like I would say like so are you keeping like 4 lands, 2 dorks on 6? So that seems like unplayable to me, frankly, but I don't know.
Right, looks like Tsuyoshi going to keep 5, and he's, I
Yeah.
think, considering putting 2 lands back and thinking about how bad that would be. Which does make sense as, like, you need to have your spells, and it's more likely that your deck can produce lands. But having said that, it looks like he's kept 2. All right, we'll lead on Tiny Bones on the other side. Battlefield Forge pass.
Don't know about this tack, Chief.
All right, Tiny Bones goes into the quasi face-up reinforcements. We will offer the trade with the token. Then a cut down clears the other half.
Yep.
And the follow-up is Evangelist. Yeah, I was going to say...
2 for 1. Yeah, I think there's a lot of value in not attacking with the Time Bones, because especially if you have Relic in your hand, it's going to be more valuable. Is that an invasion of Gobakon?
Yes, it is. And Kazuhiro will respond with cut down on the Evangelist, and then reveal a hand of another relic. Yep, go for the throat and an Otawara.
Yep. Yeah, I like attacking the invasion. Invasion is a payoff here.
Yep.
This might be like a classic no one has anything to do game.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like there's much going on either side. Rona comes up.
Rona, one of the really kind of a insane card in the deck.
All right, so we will try to flip to Light Shield Array, and that will force discount Otawara to clear one of the bats to prevent that.
And Epicure.
So there's still, I think, 1 card left in Tsuyoshi's hand, and if it's not good, we could use the blood to flip it. And the only card left from Kazuhiro's side is another relic.
Yeah, I kind of expect that relic to be looted away pretty aggressively.
I believe the last card in hand was a Cavern of Souls, and now that is a random card.
So he values not taking the 1 damage from Epicure.
I guess, or it's like if the card in hand can deal with the bat. Oh, we knew about the go for the throat.
Oh,
that was
so yeah. Okay, so this is actually a reasonable situation. So yeah, obviously you don't want to do that because then it prevents Epicure from.
Yeah, Epicure can't knock the last counter off of the invasion then.
Yeah, this actually was good, I think.
With Rona back to block and face up, go for the throat. All right, Tsuyoshi has land 5, which is typically not the best, but it does lead to training troops, which is quite strong.
He has a lot of training troops and domain once the recruiter thing was adopted.
Rona's end step loot on this turn.
That
Looks
says
like-
Xander's Lounge.
Yeah, drew a Tri-land. So we have the ability to cycle that if we're not interested in it, but instead we'll just discard it straight out.
Huh. It's interesting. So what does that mean? Like, are your other cards better than cycling the Xander's Lounge is the question.
I mean, there was a lot of mana that did not get used there. So,
Yeah.
aha, we have a Path of Peril.
Okay.
But then, do we have any way to stop this recruiter from turning on the light shield array?
Well, I think like one creature plus Light Shield Array
Yeah.
is not as bad, but with the Epicure also coming in, that is kind of bad.
So recruiter comes onto your playmat and hits you for 4 or for 3, and go for the throat's the last card in hand. So Tsuyoshi is punished for not sending both creatures at the light shield array.
I feel like you should just sacrifice 2 damage to guarantee the anthem, right?
Yeah. All right. Takenuma is channeled, and then the last card in hand is a Plaza of Heroes, which lets Rona come back down. So Kazuhiro is now out, and the 2/2 will blood another Cavern of Souls away. Does attack through the 1/2 Rona, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's 1/3, but there's many reasons to attack. There's that Case would also finish off the Rona.
Yep.
Like, you might as well just attack and see what they do.
Rona goes down to a Ganjo. Recruiter goes down to Cut Down. And now both
Oh my
players are
God.
just top decking. We'll train more
Oh,
troops.
another train troops! That's really good here, honestly. Oh my gosh.
And the answer is a Slogurk from the other side.
Okay, well... So at least you can get back a bunch of lands. Like, so you could cast Recruiter and attack with everything, but there's so many lands that you could theoretically get back.
It looks like we've got at least 2 Odawaras, Takenuma, a couple of Tri-lands.
Yeah, there was a cycling land there
Yeah.
as well. The Xander's Lounge.
Ooh, so it's Novice Inspector into Knight. X is 3. Let's try another Collected Company. And this time we find Warden and Reinforcements.
Yeah. So this is one of the issues with just trying to remove all of the Convoke stuff. If you don't close the door quickly, the games can sometimes look like this. And I think, like, Andrew would argue that it happens a lot more than people would realize.
Yeah. Alright, so Slogurk does stop the Light Shield Array this turn, but Tsuyoshi has built out a board now. Alright, the draw is a Tri-land which cycles, and then Kazuhiro passes. We find a Case.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's going to be extremely lethal, I think. Right?
Right, so let's ignore the Light Shield Array. If we just play the Recruiter off Adventure, it should be
Yeah,
3, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17 coming or something? 17 or 18?
Yeah, it looks like overkill to me. Yep.
Yeah.
So, like, the thing is, technically the Slogurk is protected by Plaza, but you would have to tap the Slogurk to do that.
Right, which ultimately it doesn't really matter where the Slogurk goes as long as it's not
Yeah.
on the battlefield for this block.
Sure. No, it looks like that's going to do it. Oh, wait, no. So we are going to get back some channel lands, but is
I
that
see.
enough?
So we're going to tap Slogurk for mana before it goes and get back
Yep.
a bunch of channel lands.
Sure, but can you prevent enough? I don't think you can. Well,
I
I
mean, you
think you
have
might
to
have
go
to
after
have one.
the knight. That's the only thing that makes
Yeah.
any sense. And then I
Sure.
guess we can add it up. So the two that are together clustered at the top are 3 and 3. The knights are 3 and 3.
Mhm.
And the novice inspector is 2. So I think it's 3, 6, 9, 12, 14. And
Okay, so dropping
Kazuhiro from
Kazuhiro to 3.
17 down to 3. Obviously, the case is now solved. But then we need a nice top deck, and one does not appear.
Yeah, if it's not lethal, maybe you do have to. Well, no, the path was already used. Do you actually have to flip the invasion anymore?
I guess flipping the invasion would put a counter on everything. Does it make more things individually lethal than were in the past? But does that really matter? Like whether you have 4 lethal things versus 3 or whatever? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
But I agree that it is a good heuristic that like, well, the difference between my opponent being at 5 versus 3 is probably not that large compared to having the light shield array.
So it's better to put your opponent at 3 if you have another recurrent in hand for sure.
Yeah.
I won't deny that, but it didn't look like that was the case. So yeah, I think it might be a scenario where it was already like super checkmate that it didn't matter what you did.
All right, let us queue up round number 6. Enter again the YouTube ad bracket.
So it looked like it was Bant Toxic versus something.
All right, we shall see in one moment. I will speed through.
So do they have like a roof over the play area? Like
what is this red thing that they're sitting
Yeah,
under? I think
exactly.
so. It must be for the
Okay.
lighting or whatever.
Yeah.
We don't get to see the die roll this time. Okay, so
So
again,
it's
Shinohara is
Domain.
playing Domain.
And I believe is Bant Toxic on the other side.
Sure.
Traditionally, this has been a pretty horrific matchup for Domain.
Yeah.
I actually found the best way to play this matchup as Domain is to cut all of your clunky stuff and just try to be a Jun mid-range deck versus them, which is very funny and I think like kind of non-intuitive to do. Like I didn't even bother with Atraxas because I don't think in what game do you actually get Atraxa out versus Bant Toxic?
Sure.
What is that legend under Elshnorn?
That is Kotose the Silent Spider.
Fascinating. I haven't seen one of those in a while. Because it lets you like extraction a World Souls raid from Temur or something
I
like that.
guess that probably is the thought process behind putting any kind of extraction effect in.
Right. And the top middle card is what is that card next to Imidane's Recruiter?
That is a Tranquil Frillback.
Okay, I did not recognize that art.
Yeah.
All right.
I do not know off the top of my head what the black square is.
It's Ancient Cornucopia.
Gotcha. Okay.
So Samuel Estradi played a list that looked sort of like that in the Pro Tour, and it looked pretty good with Ancient Cornucopias. I'll admit I never got to that spot where I considered that card. So yeah, Kotose is less embarrassing than Stone Brain, but I
Sure.
still don't love it.
All right, we are underway with Crawling Chorus against Mountain, question mark? What color mana does that land produce?
I think that's a plains, but I'm not sure. Statistically speaking, there are like 3 times as number of plains as there are mountains in the deck.
Fair. All right, then as far as headquarters, I recognize that
So
one.
that means the headquarters was drawn for turn?
Yeah.
What kind of hand did we keep? Okay.
This does seem like an awkward start for Domain.
Well, most of your hands are awkward in Domain, which is one of the real issues with the deck.
And we add Skrelv's Hive, which is going to be a long-term issue. Okay, that's a mountain.
Yeah, there's only one mountain in the deck,
Sure.
generally speaking. So
All right, domain up to 4. We will Leyline Binding and stop Skrelv's Hive from doing anything.
yep.
We're going to go after the Jawbone Duelist.
I guess that just racks up too much poison very quickly, and
Yeah.
at least with the Squirrel's Hive, you can like theoretically use your depopulates to manage the tokens. I think in reality, we're going to actually die to the tokens like 5 turns from now.
Yeah, but
that's assuming Gen has a good draw, I think.
better to die in 5 turns than in 3, I guess.
Yeah.
So they've taken 1 Crawling Chorus, and then Crawling Chorus plus Double Strike, and then Crawling Chorus again. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total. They're at 5 poison.
Mm-hmm.
Venerated Rot Priest comes down, and Shinohara attempts to avoid it by going up the Beanstalk. Yeah, so it has to play Beseiju rather than, have the opportunity to channel it to...
Huh. So this is like basically the best we can hope for. And it still might not be good enough. If there's a March here...
Fading Hope.
Or Fading Hope. So you get a counter from... Wait.
Only from the Fading Hope, right? It's only when a spell targets one of your creatures.
I'm checking. Always check. Okay, yeah, it's only spell. Got it.
So the Leyline Binding does draw Shinohara a card, but the Fading Hope then does 1 toxic. Now, one of the mites... Oh, I see. Since that had CMC 3 or less, Kyousuke scries. That was upkeep. We get the extra might token, and now we'll assess our hand. So there's 2 more poison coming right now, which will take Gen to 8. And now, will we redeploy the Rot Priest right here? I think that would, I guess, depend on how many ways Kyousuke has to target in his hand, because we can just kind of chill on it at this point. It might represent the final 2 points.
Yeah. So he's talking about the lifelink, I think.
Oh, sure.
Which looks like it was missed. I'm not convinced it will matter whatsoever.
No,
I think it's like almost irrelevant.
Yeah. But it's been a couple of turns since Gen has been corrupted. So I think he should have gained 1, 2 from last turn, and then 1, 2 here from this turn. So probably he should be at 22, but again, hard to imagine this mattering. All right, while the judges decide this, I will fast forward. This is like the most awkward kind of judge call where it's like, we take a little bit of time to decide what we're supposed to do, and then maybe there's like 4 more game actions at most, and then one player concedes.
I think, like, yeah, I would just fast forward a little bit.
Yeah, we're going double speed at the moment.
I mean, realistically, the life gain does not matter, like, whatsoever. I do agree with calling a judge here if you're not sure what to do. I think generally here it's very easy. You just increment it to the correct life total because it can't really be missed.
Yeah. All right. After all that, we have an ill-timed explosion.
Okay.
So any spell will clear up everything that's on the battlefield, sort of. The Crawling Chorus will leave something behind.
Yeah, that's the issue.
So that Crawling Chorus already represents number 9, and we know there's a Rot Priest in hand. So any spell that can go along with it will end this game right here. Or just Rob Priest March for 2 or something would do it. Like, I don't know. There's plenty of ways to skin this cat at this point.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
there
true.
there
That'll
is a
do
March.
it.
Yep. Not shocking.
So I think realistically, Kyousuke's draw was pretty good, and Gen's draw was a little bit awkward. But I think even if Gen had a top the line draw, it still wouldn't be enough to compete that game, if I had to guess. Like, I'm not even sure. Without like temporary lockdowns in your main deck, it's hard to have a good enough draw, I think.
Yeah. I'm I guess a little surprised that Gen only ultimately has access to 2 of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the reasoning. Also, I think this list, when it was first made, when Estradi played it, had main deck Lightning Helix, and there's none of those anymore. So I'm not. It seems like we moved a little bit away. The reason I say this looks like Estradi's deck is Estradi also had one Analyzed Pollen in the Pro Tour. He also had 61 cards, so we did fix that, I guess.
You found the cut where he could not.
Yeah. Joking aside, Spell Pierce looks pretty good. Doorkeeper Throw is super annoying
Yes.
because that just shuts off Archangel and Topiary Stomper. Although it looks like there are 0 Stompers, so
That's
maybe
right.
not so relevant anymore. So maybe it's just a Spell Pierce angle.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, we're not playing Forest Growl's Hive in the main.
No,
We hit on
it
turn
looks like a
2.
3-1 split.
I don't know. I kind of it drives me insane. I kind of feel like Scrubb's Hive is one of the most important cards in the deck.
Yeah.
And then multiples are actually good because the lifelink like offsets all of the life loss
Mm-hmm.
anyways later. So I don't know. I find that personally kind of very egregious, but whatever.
So are we gonna shave like some Fading Hopes or something? Where?
I think I would shave Annex Sentry instead.
Okay, that also makes sense. It's your most
I think I
expensive
would
card, and it's not very high impact.
yeah. So I think the plan for Fading Hope is to just set up Rot Priest Fading Hope and just you can like slow burn your domain opponent out, frankly.
All right, I'll jump forward while they finish.
Yeah, so
sideboarding.
I think I would cut 2 Annex Sentry for a Spell Pierce and the 4th 12 Hive, and I would just call it a day. Inherently, the matchup is so good because a lot of their spells just cost so much
Yeah.
and don't really like interact on the correct axis that it's kind of just easy to set up a game where like you just fish
Whoa.
them out. Oh, now you have a Japanese eye instead.
Okay, that's at least novel. All right, players still shuffling. Now that we're past the Japanese ad, we can get back to double speed. All right, players looking at opening 7s. And both have kept. So we start with Ziator's Proving Ground. And on the other side, we'll go Seachrome Coast into Crawling Chorus. And Gan needs to see, is that a Seachrome Coast or is that in a Darker Wastes? Or what land did you just play?
Yeah, I always check.
Then the Seed Core, and we start the count. So Poison 1. Rot Priest.
This is scary.
And it's going
That
to get
can't be
answered
counter.
by a long goodbye.
So this is one of the reasons I would leave in all of the Fading Hopes.
Mm-hmm. March. So now the question is, we already have to escalate the March in order to use a spell to clear the Rot Priest. So we're just gonna get to blink out the Crawling Chorus for free, I guess.
Yeah, so you get 2 more poison counters on your opponent, which is super powerful.
So the Fading Hope did exist. Actually, Kyousuke had a choice what to do there. Finally, it looks like... Oh, wait.
Wait, did
Never mind.
Gen let Kyousuke untap?
Yes.
Oh my god, I don't like that.
Yes, he
I think
did.
that's just asking for so much trouble, right? Like...
Yeah, that went very poorly. So Rot Priest activation, or Rot Priest trigger is 7, Crawling Chorus is 8.
Yeah, this is what I mean about the Fading Hopes being kind of shocks to the face as well.
Long Goodbye number 3 finally is one that connects.
And now, here's my point. Kyousuke can just sit on the Rot Priest until it's lethal.
Yeah.
And it's so hard for the Domain player to do anything about it. Also, the Auguries proliferating up the poison count is also kind of problematic.
Right. There might not be any need to attack or block or cast another permanent for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think it's now it's just going to be impossible for Gen to win.
So the question is just what will be the 10th poison?
That is always the question.
Here's Skrelv and another chorus. And that is way more than Gen can handle. Maybe it would have been a fair fight if they agreed to let Gen get up to 15 or 20 poison, but 10 was way shorter.
I don't think so still. I think it might still just be too hard.
Yeah.
I think 20 maybe might be more even, but 15 I think it would still be mostly the same, frankly. Which just sort of indicates how bad the matchup is if you have a stock Domain deck and have a stock plan. Not in this RCQ season, but the one before it. I did play Domain in one RCQ, and my win-in was versus Toxic, and the way I sideboarded was to take everything out that cost 5+ mana, and sideboard everything in that costs 3 or less mana, and I won the match.
Nice.
I still don't think this works very often either, but it's at least a plan that sort of could work.
Okay, so we are going to round 7. I'm going to pause for a second to see if we can find where Andrew is.
There.
So this is the last round of Swiss before the cut. So the cut is technically 15 points, which sounds like it should be 5 and 2, but is actually similar to old GPs or SCG events. It's 5 and 2 or top 64, whichever is more. Mm-hmm. And effectively that means it's top 64. So anyone who goes 5 and 2 is guaranteed to make it through, but that usually only gets us down to about 50th place. And so then the rest of day 2 is filled in with 4 2-1s and a couple of 4 and 3s.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no way that anyone who is live for top 8 is going to be left out here. Typically top 8 winds up being around 9 and 3 possibly the 9 and 3s get locked out by people who are 9, 2, and 1, but that kind of depends on where the draws get distributed among the top tables. Round 7 will have 25 players ID. That is completely false.
Well, so I think this person was thinking that it's a cut to top 64, then you play single limb.
Oh, no.
That.
So after
But-
the cut, there's 5 more rounds of Swiss. And then there's a cut to top 8.
So then once you say that it's Swiss after that, it's very clear that you should just not draw in round 7.
Yeah. So some people at 4 and 2 might draw it in round 7 because that's like potentially a lose and out. But that is not going to happen at the top tables.
So I will say a long time ago, it was actually fairly common for people to draw late in day 1 of a GP, and I'm sure you've seen this in your old data sets.
Absolutely.
Because guaranteeing day 2 was worth a lot because there were so few people on day 2. This is not the case anymore. Well, A, GPs don't exist anymore, and B, the events are much bigger, so that wouldn't be a good... Like, I remember reading about, like, Kai not getting to draw in with because Ben Rubin just decided he wanted to play instead.
Yes.
And Ben beat him. That's like a legendary story, I think. But it was a very long time ago. I would say like probably early OOs is the situation I'm describing, which maybe some of y'all weren't even alive yet, which makes me feel like my back is breaking and very old.
Yeah, I was thinking about that a little earlier because one of the things that I'm going to work on after this batch of ELO work is done is getting the results from a tournament from 1997 where I only have the standings, but I think I can use the tiebreakers to reverse engineer all of the pairings.
Oh my god, that sounds like a Sudoku puzzle I don't want to do.
It's going to be a ridiculous amount of work, but separately, that tournament is 27 years old, which is like boggling my mind.
All right. I think I'll hop out for a bit. I might be back later. I'm not sure. But
Okay.
Welcome back, Andrew.
Yes, I am back.
Well,
and ready to cast.
We thank you for your service, Jarvis. It's been a real pleasure.
Yeah, I might be back later. I'm not sure yet. But
Sure.
Have a good one, y'all.
Live your best life, Jarvis.
Okay, I'm going to push play here on round number 7. And it looks like this video starts right in with cards on the battlefield. So we have a blue-black land against a Rafine's Tower and a Sunken Citadel. Let's get some ideas to what's going on thanks to a duress. So the 3 cards in Jay's hand are a Shieldred's Edict, which is taken, and then a Memory Deluge and a Cut Down.
Bye.
So Johnny asked in chat about a link to the metagame. Unfortunately, I think the answer is no at the moment, but give me a minute and I might be able to find it.
Yeah, melee being down has limited our ability to provide such things at the moment, but
I think that someone said that Fire Shoes tweeted it out earlier in the evening yesterday while melee still existed. So if you go looking there, I think you might be able to find something. So it looks like it's Minoru playing a Sultai midrange deck against Dimir Control.
yes. So the question is, what does Sultai midrange mean? It looks like in this case, this is kind of a green-black midrange variant, if you will.
Yeah, splashing like
Bronco, Glissa.
It looked like a Golgari deck splashing Urtai, make disappear, that kind of thing.
Yes, this is a deck that I think actually I saw on coverage at the Pro Tour. It's something people have messed around with some. I don't think it's seen kind of any incredible success, but it's not a crazy place to go. Mostly it's just a question of, well, the 3-color mana in standard isn't that good.
Right.
But a blue card certainly do have something to add.
All right, so Glissa and Bronco are the threats on Minoru's side. Glissa is met by Go for the Throat. So Bronco then does its Dark Confidant thing.
Yeah, so these matchups, what you might call the blue control decks of the format against the kind of mid-range piles, the green-black decks of the world, are generally considered to be control deck favored, although they're certainly close. It's not like some sort of... but I do think the blue cards probably add something here. I think, well, one of the reasons they're control deck favored is sort of it's hard to like get any traction. The control deck can sweep you whenever it wants, and then it's a leisure cast deluges, that their light spell's not under much pressure. You are drawing some cards, but they have plenty of cards of themselves and plenty of ways to kill your things that draw cards. But I do think a counterspell at a key moment could be decisive. I mean, if you have a board with a couple of creatures that draw cards, which basically all of them do, and you counter a Wrath, that could be equivalent to casting a Concentrate, because then you get a full another turn of attacks.
So in the previous turn, Jay cast a Duress, which revealed 5 lands. Now, one of those lands was Otawara, one of those lands was Takenuma, so Minoru can still operate, and in fact, he's making a decision now among Glissa, Bronco, Aclazotz, and Mosswood Dread Knight as what he wants to get back. And he's picked the card that's not any of those.
I don't know what card that is, I'm going to be honest.
Well, it got countered by 3 steps ahead the first time, but it looks like it's going to land now, so maybe we can figure it out based on its impact in the game. Update, no we won't, because it's getting countered for a second time. Chad, if you want to tell us what this card is on the top. Oh, Urborg Scavengers, the card from...
Wait, what is Urborg Scavengers?
I know it's from Aftermath. So it's a 2/2. When it enters the battlefield or attacked, exile a card from a graveyard. And put a +1/+1 counter on it. And then it is like a Soul Flayer. It gains abilities of cards that have been exiled with it.
I see. All right. I don't fully understand why that is in Minoru's deck, but interested to see what the implications of it are.
So it is it's like a graveyard trespasser, so it is like 3 mana, cast a spell, cast this thing and take something out of your graveyard, which I guess could have some effect on the Temur decks in the format, but it does seem like a choice. It is ultimately like a 3 mana 2/2.
But like notably, if you really wanted to hate on Temur decks, you could play the card Graveyard Trespasser. That card is standard legal, right?
This is true.
I don't think it's unreasonable at all to play Graveyard Trespasser. I just don't really understand what this card has to offer beyond Trespasser. Are we trying to exile some sort of like lifelink creature, some sort of indestructible or hexproof creature? I'm not sure I get it.
Yeah, I mean, you can take your own Aclazotzes if you want to give it flying and lifelink, I guess. Oh, and Chad points out it is in fact always a 3 mana 3/3 as a baseline, because whether or not it gets a +1/+1 counter is not tied to whether it exiles things or how it exiles things. Also, I guess exiling your own Glissa, that Glissa does have a cute combination of abilities to give something else.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that Urborg Scavengers is better than Graveyard Trespasser if you don't expect your opponent to target it, but like, I kind of expect all my stuff to get targeted all the time in the standard. I mean, in the matchup we're currently witnessing, blue-black control against green-black, a key reason why the control deck is generally favored in this matchup is it's pretty easy for them to 1-for-1 all your creatures and then just pull ahead with things like 3 steps ahead in Memory Deluge and Deduce, right? Having a creature that they're forced to 2-1 themselves on does help. Not saying it solves every problem, but you would much rather have Graveyard Trespasser in this matchup.
It looks like Minoru's Gix's command resolved, which lets him double Raise Dead, the Scavengers again, and an Aclazotz. And that also put 2 counters on the Sentinel of the Nameless City. So the thing is becoming a threat. It is large.
The Sentinel's very large, but it's going to die to a Go for the Throat or a, the 5 mana Wrath just as easily, despite that, It's not like the removal is really damage based unless you count cut down.
Is this credit card that's on Jay's side actually like a Jace or something?
I think that is a Jace, yeah.
Okay.
this credit card at Jace is a great question.
I don't know. It looks like it just has like it's got like a number in the middle of it. It looks like a MasterCard to me.
No, I believe that is a Jace.
Yeah, and so that's the 3 on top of the Sentinel representing -3 power, but it still has enough power to clear the Jace. Given that the 4 +1/+1 counters are still representing power on that card. And now it's time to play the Tranquil Frillback. How many times will we escalate it? Presumably we want to exile Jay's graveyard, since I think there's a Memory Deluge down there. And that might be all that we care about doing. Now the map from the Sentinel attack is going to let the Frillback explore, and it finds a bat, which we'll leave on top. Jay then deduces. Oh yeah, good point. Minoru's life counter up there is in fact one of those old ones that you used to see people use significantly more than you do nowadays. They were actually relatively common at the game store that I went to in 1999. You have a string for 10s beads and a string for 1s beads.
All right, so we've wrapped the board. That's nice.
And now let's see what the follow-ups are from Jay's side. We're not, because we will cancel the Order of Deep Cavern Bat.
Yeah, and I'm actually a little surprised to see this cancel. Now, I understand that if you let the bat resolve, your opponent will take your 3 steps ahead. But that gives you the opportunity to, at some later point, free the 3 steps ahead and then cast it, in Cryptic Command mode, which is invaluable. So I'm surprised Jake chose fired off. I assume that means there's something in his hand he really doesn't want to get taken, but I'm not exactly sure what that could be.
So Scavengers comes in. I didn't see what did it exile, if anything.
I believe it exiled the Collect Evidence Wrath.
Oh, okay. Something from the other side. All right, here comes the American Express.
Love to see that American Express card hitting the table again. Accepted by merchants nationwide.
Also true that Deep Cavern Bat has multiple keywords. I guess, part of cards having more text in Standard nowadays is that it's not hard to find 2 or 3 keywords in one shot if you're into that sort of thing.
That's definitely fair. It seems hard to get the really premium keywords,
Yeah. Hexproof, indestructible.
Nothing wrong with flying in Lifelink, but if you ask me what keyword I'd pick first in this matchup, I assume I would say Hexproof.
Yeah. So, right, we do know that there is a face-up Aclazotz from a Gix's command several turns ago. So possibly the game that's being played here is GA trying to keep an exiling removal spell, potentially a deadly cover-up, available for when Minoru deploys that. And notice that last turn, Minoru decided to play the Scavengers rather than just jam Aclazotz, though it looks like it might be time to finally do it.
Yeah, well, I think there's often a philosophy kind of against these control decks where you sort of want to play your threats from worst to best a lot of the time. The idea is to kind of force them to spend their removal encounters on your weaker things. If not, they'll lose to them. And then even if they do and they're out of stuff, then your best threats can hopefully clean up even from a board position where you're, behind or even.
All right, so we'll learn something about how big Minoru's graveyard is. It looks like we've reached 20 because the Jace's minus was, in fact, a full Visions of Beyond.
Oh my god. That's incredible.
And now we find out if he has a way to clear Aclazotz, and if so, how. Making us wait by starting with the Memory Deluge.
He doesn't even need a permanent answer here. Even just delaying the Aclazotz to give him more time to activate Jace. When the Jace is drawing 3 per minus, we don't need that log to take over. I guess there could be a risk that he leans pretty hard on the deadly cover-up to handle the back odd, and that there's a chance he could run out of deadly cover-ups in deck. But between like Tidebinders on the trigger and Field of Ruins, I think in the end he's just going to have enough ways to handle this back odd.
Now there is that one of the bottom lands there on Gia's side is a Field of Ruin, so it is true that basically any removal spell can eventually be made permanent to get this bat out of the way.
Bristly Bill is at the battlefield.
And Mosswood Dread Knight comes off of Adventure.
Yeah, so in game 1, which this is, I believe.
Yes.
One of the nice things about Mosswood Dread Knight is it's very hard for your opponent to kind of get rid of because, well, basically Deadly Cover-Up is the only thing that will, cause it to leave the battlefield permanently, since anything else you just draw a card, recast it. And I understand that Deadly Cover-Up is effective against that plan, but your opponent leaves so many Deadly Cover-Ups, you're also attacking their graveyard with these Scavengers. It's probably one of Minoru's better cards.
All right, we are going to cover up as the 2-for-1, and that, I think, is going to be enough for Minoru. Doesn't feel like he's willing to fight from a position of having no board presence and no action in hand.
Yeah. I mean, that turn where his opponent went Ancestral Recall Deluge, like, that's not a turn that is easy to come back from for the green black deck.
That was a big weight
just,
on the back, and it seems to have broken it.
I mean, again, in general, just traditionally speaking, the green-black Midrange deck considered the biggest reason they're not good is that they are pretty poor against blue-white control and blue-black control. Like, these are traditionally considered to be the best matchups for the respective control decks. If they could choose their opponent every one, they would choose green-black. Now, again, I expect the counters to help, but I don't know how much I expect them to help. And I mean, we do see here Minoru's sideboard, there's some good tools. We can board in these Duresses, we can board in the Sustainable Stroke, these Negates. All of that will help. Maybe even the Sword could come in. It's pretty weird, but does gives you protection from their whole deck, which is sort of nice. But I don't know. At the end of the day, I think I'd just rather be the player with Rats and Deluges than the person trying to fight this battle with ground creatures.
Right, so what comes out to make room for these counter spells? Presumably the spot removal is the first place we go looking?
Yes. I think you'll probably see all of the cutdowns go. Some of the Gopher Throats might stay to handle things like Akhlazats or Shieldred out of the Dimir deck's sideboard. I don't know exactly what's in there. Let's take a look. So yeah, it looks like there are 2 Shields in the sideboard. I don't know if they'll come in, but I bet the green-black player doesn't know either, so they'll leave in a few Gopher Throats. Also don't want to be cold with this back out in the main. Makes a lot of sense. So, yeah. And then on this Dimir control side, I don't think they're going to change the formula too much. I mean, you could put in a Krumhost Seed Shark if you wanted. You could change up your removal suite a little bit if you wanted. You could put in these Shieldreds if you, depending on how much removal you expect your opponent to cut, they might or may not make sense. But mostly, your deck is good in this matchup. You don't need to alter your formula that much. So I expect the Dimir control deck to change relatively few cards and mostly just rely on its plan A. Its plan A is good here.
All right, let's fast forward through the rest of sideboarding, and we'll see what the players have elected to do. It looks like there are only 2 Jaces in the list. So there's the MasterCard and there's the American Express. But that's the limit. We're not also playing a Discover. And here you thought the Geological Appraisers that we saw earlier were the only Discover cards that we would see this weekend. But what about a literal Discover card?
Oh, man. I'm really enjoying the credit card Jace lore, you know?
Alright, players now counting to 60.
I'll advise Jesse to play some credit card Jaces at the RC, you know?
Alright, now. Decks are presented. And let's look at opening hands. Immediate rejection from Minoru.
And that is surprising, because what I would say about this matchup is it's a keep matchup, you know?
Right, like your deck is full of just kind of individually mediocre cards, so you would pretty much only want to toss something that's not particularly functional. Now that one did not look functional. It looked like his only land was in Otawara.
Sure, and I mean, I'm not trying to say he shouldn't mulligan if his hands are one-landers or whatever, but just that, you know, there are probably virtually no, maybe actual no, hands of the form 4 lands, 3 spells that you would mulligan, or even 3 lands, 4 spells.
Mm-hmm.
It would take something pretty extreme for you to mulligan, like, just, you want resource in this matchup. You want to hit your land drops, be able to hold up counter magic and interaction while you deploy your threats. You need a pretty high volume of threats to win. There's going to be a lot of 1-for-1 exchanges on all sides. Just, it's a matchup about card volume.
All right, so we're going to go 7 on 5 and start Restless Cottage against Darkslick Shores. The first play is a Duress, which reveals that Jay's working with 4 lands, 4 spells. And the 4 spells are Deduce, Negate, Cut Down, Memory Deluge. And
Okay, I mean, that's sort of any blue-black hand.
yeah, Minoru takes a Deduce, and then, of course, Jay immediately draws Deduce.
Yeah, I mean, taking a deuce seems fine. You're just trying to, like, make their draw more awkward, not them spend their early mana, deny them this easy 2-for-1. It's reasonable, it's just, it's not that exciting.
Glissa connects. Okay, so that we're halfway to undoing the mulligan here.
Yeah, so the way you win this matchup, if you were the green black deck, is you really need to, like, push things early. You need to get those card draw creatures, which you have so many of, snowballing, and draw a lot of cards before the blue-black deck gets their footing. And you can use Duress to hopefully take them off key interaction points to make that happen. Once we get to the late game, this deck really does not have the tools to compete with blue-black, and I also think doesn't really have the ability to end the game before then, so they sort of have to get snowballing. That's kind of the key here.
All right, Glissa hits for the second time, and so now both players... well, okay, Minoru's drawn the 2 cards that he mulliganed. Well, he's still behind because Deduce has given GA a Chemister's Insight.
I mean, in general, it's sort of weird to have the concept of unmulliganing because...
Yeah. Negate on Duress is actually met by Worse Art Negate from the other side.
Oh yeah, that's a really poor choice of negates. I think the Circle Negate probably shouldn't be negatable by that one.
And we will take Duress. So it looked like there was an Aclazotz, a Seed Shark, and a Cut Down, which has been...
And a Deluge was the other card.
Okay. Has been sitting there trying to take care of Glissa, but unable to. And so GA is just going to jam Aclazotz. But Aclazotz will be throated.
I mean, this is a pretty good spot to kill Aclazotz. Both players have a lot of cards. Minoru is certainly not running out of cards anytime soon when he's connected with his Glissa every turn. Jay has a ton of cards in hand too. Like, I like this. He's going to buy a lot of time.
And here comes Bronco. I mean, I guess you're going to have to throw something out there in the face of this cut down. So just kind of want to modulate what the first thing is that you expose to it.
Yeah, I mean, Minoru would probably prefer to, expose a Mosswood Dread Knight or something of that nature. But, you got to do what you got to do. I think it's fine. Just accept the cut down is going to one from you. It's not that easy to avoid.
Looks like it's going to clear this Bronco and make a 1/1 incubator. And Minoru is at the point where what he can do with his mana is fire up the cottage.
Yeah, but this is kind of nice for Minoru, actually. I mean, it's a lot of pressure if
Yeah.
Jay takes it, he goes to 4 life. And, in addition to that, he's not really overcommitted to a Wrath at all. In fact, Wrathing here is pretty medium. You'd lose your Seed Shark and kill their Glissa. It's not even a particularly good exchange.
Yep.
So there's a chance that even if Minoru has threats in hand here, he might choose to not to play them to make opposing Wraths awkward. Now, it's a little weird because he knows his opponent did not have a Wrath last he checked. But
Right.
that's certainly one of the advantages of this line. It's also possible he just doesn't have any practice spells. His hand's all like, duresses and counter spells and removal spells.
All right, so we're going to take a different approach this turn by starting with Mosswood Dread Knight. And here comes Incubate for front side of Memory Deluge in response.
Do you think we're going to see some Minoru remove any counters from these incubate tokens?
Well, at the moment, it looks like he's removing all of them at once, since they seem to be on duty of jumping in front of Glissa to stop cards from being drawn.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case.
Interesting. We're going to fire up Cottage to clear Memory Deluge, even though Cottage is going to trade with this Incubator. Oh, it's in fact going to trade with the Field of Ruin. I guess Minoru does have a backup Cottage, so...
Well, yes, but even given that you have a backup cottage, animating your cottage into face-up Illyrian and sort of getting time-walked for 3 mana is not a sign of strength.
I agree with that.
Yeah, before I was thinking maybe he was just like slow-rolling the goods. Now I think his hand is bad.
Now he's slow rolling the bads? Is that what we're coming to believe?
Yes, I think he's slow-rolling the bads.
Again, Incubator goes under the bus to stop a Glissa draw. And now, I guess from Jay's perspective, now it's like, we really don't want this Glissa to connect, because it seems like we're very close to being able to put our foot on the gas.
Oh, definitely. I mean, as long as the Sea Shark is sitting in play, it's very, very hard for Jay to ever lose this game. Like... He just has an army of blockers. They can be attackers if needed. Things can't really go poorly for him. Even if there's a sort of counter fight, he's incubating on every spell that he casts. His opponent isn't. Any plan for Minoru to win this game probably needs to start with killing the Sea Shark.
One thing that makes sense to have been in Minoru's hand is Backup Glissa, the spell that couldn't be deployed. So... the first one going down to Sheoldred's Edict does just kind of unlock the second one. We'll use our mana to flip the 4/4. Looks like we have found Go for the Throat. But we'll hold off on casting it for the moment. Draw is Tidebinder. And it seems like a tough way to do it against this blue-black deck.
Yeah, I mean, it does something. It's sort of an answer to Jace. It's sort of an answer to Seed Shark. It does some stuff, but I'm certainly not excited to draw it.
All right, Animate Cottage. There is another Field of Ruin in there. We're just trying to work our way through these things. It seems like... we're not going to...
tough way to go about it.
Yeah, tough way to go about it. We're not going to Tidebinder the field activation. We're okay with letting it downgrade Restless Cottage into a forest. So now we have to decide what we're doing with the floating mana, and the answer is Bronco.
Oh, was it fielded in the main phase and not in the beginning of combat?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was, for the reason of being able to float.
Huh. Surprising. Yeah, okay, so we tied around the Seed Shark, but A, the Seed Shark has gotten us like 4 cards worth of value already, and B, this Tide Binder's not long for this world.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like we're at the point where Seed Shark is like, it's done its job, and if it gets to even
less of a Seed Shark, it's more of a Tree Shark at this point. It's fully grown, you know?
Yes. All right, Incubator
Maybe
Token
like a
attacks.
Forest Shark?
Which will let Minoru slowly cycle around his Dread Knight through different game zones.
Yeah. Cards changing zones, as the saying goes.
But we've now reached the point where Aclazotz can return to action. All right, so let's go from Graveyard to Exile. We finish the Grand Tour and come back onto the battlefield. No, first we're going to play another Monster Dread Knight.
Yeah, but...
And the 2 cards in hand are Duress and Negate, which do not really deal with anything that's going on the other side, and Minoru has conceded.
And I honestly think that was a pretty good simulation of this matchup. I mean, again, if you are playing blue-black control or blue-white control at this tournament, what you want to play against every round, if you could pick your opponent, is green-black.
Sure.
And although the blue cards help, you know, I definitely think that playing these counterspells has to improve the matchup. There's no way to make it worse. At the end of the day, I'd rather be the player with 3 steps ahead in Wraths.
Then the player with Sentinel of the Nameless City and Caustic Bronco.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then we are going to watch round 8, and then we're going to be done with day 1 coverage. So give me 45 seconds, and we'll see the conclusion of day 1.
All right.
All right, I'm back. Let's do it. So this is an opportunity. Wow, boxcars. An opportunity to remind ourselves that this is not just the Japan Regional Championship, but in fact the Japan-Korea Regional Championship. As it looks like one of our 2 players at 7-0 here is, in fact, from Korea. I'm going to guess South Korea. Wild shot in the dark.
When does day 2 coverage start?
So day 2 coverage starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central.
Okay.
So roughly
We might have some awkward time.
2.5 hours from now. And if you're keeping track, this video looks to be about 34 minutes long, and we'll be able to fast forward some of it. Yes, we are going to live watch day 2. So there's going to be a break in the stream for us to get dinner, and then I'll be back. And Andrew, you can show up when you are available to watch the conclusion of this tournament. So we're going to pick up at the beginning of coverage at 8 o'clock Eastern with round 9, so the one following this.
Yes.
I believe that these are the only 2 undefeated players. So we're playing to figure out who is the overnight leader. It is a little awkward that this is the round that's after the cut. Like the cut doesn't happen at the same time as the daybreak, but I think that's become common in tournaments of this type. They were doing that in GPs.
Whoa. Okay, so that's toxic on the right side.
Yes.
On the left side, what the heck is Otherworldly Gaze doing?
Yeah, I was not expecting that, and we've got a soul partition that just... So I think this might be the Monastery Mentor... like the blue-white Mentor deck.
Oh, wow. That's a blast pass. I thought this deck had mostly died out, but okay. Blue-white Mentor is back, apparently.
Yeah, so it's like Mentors, Ledger Shredders are your key threats, and then you've got a lot of... Oh, and Haughty Jin, obviously. A lot
Haughty
of
Jin is the big one, yes.
cheap spells to try to enable them to do their thing, including obviously Helping Hand as a way to get virtual copies of your creatures. Should they be killed or you mill them over, you have the ability to just unearth them. And usually the decks are playing some number of like Recommission or the worst versions, the 1-in-a-white versions to get them back. Of course, they stop being 1-in-a-white if Haughty Jin ever hits the battlefield.
Yeah. Interesting. I certainly have never witnessed the blue-white Mentor deck play against Toxic before, so I will not attempt to provide my usual matchup summary, but we do see Haughty Jin jump right out of the graveyard.
Yep, so that one has been brought back with Helping Hand. So Helping Hand brings back anything with CMC 3 or less, but it does return to the battlefield tapped. And it looks like Suhan has helpfully split the graveyard into spells versus permanents. So I believe that this Haughty Jin is a 7/4.
Yes, I think so as well. Now, normally against these Haughty Jin decks, you sort of need to get the Jin off the table ASAP, because
Yeah.
if it sticks around, it'll beat you pretty single-handedly, and that's a fairly significant issue. Now, they do have tools like March of Swirling Light, which can be used to, kind of preserve your creatures and to fog the opponent's creatures. It doesn't look like we're going to see that here, so the Annex Entry resolves, we get the Haughty Jin. Big win for Kyousuke.
And it looked like the... Oh, no, never mind. Maybe all of the cards were pitched. I think one card wound up on top from the Otherworldly Gaze, but I thought it was the Charter Course, but I see that in the graveyard, so maybe not.
And now what Kyousuke's thinking about here is whether to hold up his Skrylev as a, to protect his creatures, a mother of runes, if you will, or whether to use it for 2 bonus poison on the double striking duelist.
And it looks like we're taking the slow route at the moment. The play from Yoon is a Monastery Mentor. So we have the ability to trigger and put 1 additional white creature on the battlefield here. And it looks like we're going to just try to push damage through using...
Well, I think this makes sense.
Skrells can't be
what's
blocked.
the alternative? Yeah. Get chump blocked by a monk token,
Yeah. So Skrelv does add 1 toxic. Is that right?
Right, which means, yes, it adds 1 toxic, which means the duelist will hit for a whopping 4 poison.
And Crawling Chorus is added. So end step Consider makes the monk. But yeah, diversity of colors is going to be very important here. If you can't find a blue creature, then this game should just be over.
Yes, well, or something like a March of Swirling Mists.
Sure.
The only out is not a blue creature. But yes, Yoon is in check.
Is that a sleight of hand?
I think that is indeed a sleight of hand.
All right, let's take a look at 2. So 1 hand, 1 bottom. Here's this turn's first monk. And we have a prowess die. Okay, so the way that we'll get our blue creature to satisfy blocking Skrelv is to cast Picklock Prankster out from exile. But Kyousuke is relatively wide here. I guess not wide enough to deal with Monastery Mentor.
Yeah, Kyousuke's going to need something else, but it's not going to take much else. For example, a bounce spell on the Picklock would be lethal. Marcher's Swirling Mist of his own would be lethal. It's going to take something. It's not going to take that much. Even Annex-Centric, just exile the Picklock Prankster, give protection from white attack is lethal.
I don't know if Kyosuke's playing the card that you can spree to blink something, but that would do it. You could give back... Oh, no, never mind. The Annex Entry would give back the Djinn into play. For some reason, I was thinking it would give it back to hand.
Interesting. So we're starting with the protection ability, saying, look, if you have a rule spell, you have to cast it now. That works. And now it appears we're marching for lethal.
Yeah, so now all your creatures will get out of the way, and we will poison you to death.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I've talked about this before, but I actually think Marcher's Swirling Mist is kind of a messed up card.
Yeah.
Basically, it turns out that if you can phase out creatures at instant speed, as opposed to sorcery speed, it's very strong, because you can do it at a timing where your stuff comes back before their stuff, and there's this weird kind of asymmetry that happens.
Right.
Also, the pitch is pretty strong.
Yeah. Well, right, because usually when you're casting March, it's in a spot where the axis of the game is no longer cards. So if you have surplus cards that you can just throw into the March, then that's just going to help you win more quickly.
And here we see the Toxic list being played here. I would describe this as a kind of more old school Toxic list. You can see there's no Thran Portal, technology favored by the Canadians. There are 4 experimental auguries, technology hated by the Andriel Bogans. This is sort of what these Toxic lists were looking like a few months ago, is what I would say. Which isn't to say that they're wrong about everything. I think a lot of the newer stuff that's happened on these lists has been kind of controversial. Not every Toxic player that I know actually likes the 4 Thran Portal build. But, anyways, against this Djinn deck, I assume Annex Entry comes in. I sort of think you have to kill all the main threats. And I'm not sure that much else is going to change.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anything else really does anything.
Yeah, like, I don't know, you could have Spell Pierce if you wanted, counter Marcher's Swirling Mist, but it's not that exciting. They'll be able to pay 2. Probably you mostly submit the same formula. All right, and now here's the Mentor list. You can see the signature Japanese Soul Partition, in a 1 of slot right there. And here, on this side, we'll probably see these lockdowns come in, would be my guess.
Yes.
Maybe the Wandering Emperor, but I'm not too sure. And as far as cuts, I think these 3-step heads are definitely going to go. 3 mana is more expensive than every card in your opponent's deck, literally. So you don't want to counterspell that costs that much. That's going to get right out of there. And I think, again, that's about it. It does not look like Suhan's list is that prepared for Toxic. I don't think there are that many good cards that can be boarded in. Final Showdown is way too slow. I don't know. There's not that much else.
Similar to what we were seeing looking at the Toxic versus Domain matchup that we watched while you were away a little bit ago, where it was just like most of these cards don't really interact on the axis that Toxic is trying to fight on, which, I mean, that's why people bring Toxic, right?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. I mean, fundamentally, I think what you have to understand about Toxic is Toxic's not a very good deck. And what I mean is, I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't play it. I'm trying to say that it is not a deck that is that powerful. So, fundamentally, you're playing it to exploit a metagame, or to exploit people not being ready. Because you're not playing it because you're like, the most powerful thing to do in Standard is to play 1 mana 1 with a Toxic. Like, that isn't true. But I mean, the advantage of that is, yeah, when people aren't ready, you look at their side and you're like, wow, they barely get any cards to board in, and my plan A is pretty good against them.
All right, showing the 15 cards that are not involved. Looks like Suhan has presented, but Kyousuke took a little bit longer. Suhan with the awkward, okay, you're going to do all of these extra deck manipulations. I guess I'll shuffle too just to keep up appearances. But he is ready to go. All right, we are now shuffling opponent's decks. And we are drawing opening hands.
All right.
All right. Now, Suhan has 2 lands and a soul partition. That's hard to let go, I think.
God, I can't handle the soul partition. It's just a transcendent meme at this point.
And Kyousuke is not going to keep. So he's got the mulligan die out.
Toxic is a deck that I think mulligans fairly often, mostly because it's sort of a 3-color deck in a format where 3-color mana isn't very good, and it needs lands to all be untapped, which is an additional constraint that, for example, Esper doesn't have.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think a lot of the time you're going to look at your hand and you're just going to have mulligan because you can't cast your spells.
All right, try on 6. All right, we're going to keep. We're going to get a game of Magic, and Suhan is going to lead on an island.
You love to see a nice game of Magic.
Yes. A Darker Waste is the play from Kyousuke, which is going to start to work on his life total, but hopefully the Toxic will flow in the other direction to make up for it. And Suhan plays Otherworldly Gaze. So whatever it is he's looking for, it's not any of those. They've all been banned.
It looks like it was mostly lands,
Yeah.
so you might just be digging for something as simple as action, and that wasn't a lot of action.
Well, one thing about the Mentor deck is that it's like you have cards that can be very strong, like Recommission or Helping Hand or whatever, but you have to put in the work to turn them on. And so, like, you want to say something like, well, you effectively have 8 Monastery Mentors in your deck, but, like, that requires the first 10 to 15 cards of your deck being homogeneous enough that you can assemble the things that you need.
Yes, agreed.
And it looks like we did find a Djinn to put in the graveyard off of the Free the Fae. And Kyousuke has no extra land, no plays, and Monastery Mentor is just going to run roughshod over this battlefield. We're going to bring back the Djinn. I agree that...
Yeah. I mean, Toxic is not a forgiving deck. If you get behind, it's not your deck really does not have the tools to come back. Kyousuke mulled to 6 and kept a 1 later, which I totally respect. I'm not saying you should have shipped. I think a lot of 1-lane 6s are keeps with Toxic. But now that he's missed for this long, I don't know how he gets out of this. There's the Djinn and the Mentor units completely online. Every spell is triggering all his stuff. He's going to block us with both colors, a fast clock. Yeah, I like Yuuki's chances.
Yeah, so I think we jinxed it when we said that we were going to get a game of Magic, because I don't know if we got a game of Magic.
Yeah,
So the Might token gets in, thinking that it could force a decision against the Monk creature, but in fact, Suhan has Otherworldly Gaze in the graveyard for prowess, and instead the Might just got munched. Yeah, when we reach the point of casting picklock pranksters either were really, really far ahead or really, really far behind.
Yeah, you're saying picklock pranksters don't tend to enter the battlefield in close games?
No, that's exactly right. All right, the Seed Core. Now for balance. Just Venerated Rot Priest.
Honestly, I respect the Kyousuke's tenacity to have not conceded by now.
Another Otherworldly Gaze flashback on discount from the Haughty Jin. 2 cards stay on top. Too many creatures to even untap them all.
You want to shout him out, Adam, or should I do it?
Go ahead.
Shout out to any Otherworldly Gaze in the chat.
Nice. And this game will end on a soul partition. I can't tell if Andrew, in fact, loves to see it, but that is what's going to happen.
Okay, I just want to talk about this a little bit. So, for some reason, we've now cast a lot of Japanese RC, so we're getting a sense of it. In Japan, Soul Partition is considered to be a good card. Like, I understand that's maybe a weird thing to say, but they just like it. You know, they play in a lot of different decks, in control decks, in decks of creatures to protect, in decks where they just are looking for a flexible but temporary answer.
In Standard, in Pioneer.
Yeah, like, they play it a lot. And as far as I can tell, in the United States, we think this card is unplayable. Like, no one that I respect, if you ask them is Soul Partition a good card, from here, would say yes. And so, I don't know. I can't say for sure that we are right and they're wrong, but what I can tell you for sure is I don't get it. I don't understand it, you know? From ultra bias or not, I think Soul Partition is a bad card. That's my perspective. So
that was Soul Partition, and then an attempt to wriggle out of it with March of Swirling Mist. That was blown out by Surge of Righteousness, which stopped any of Suhan's creatures from phasing out. And then they all got in the red zone with a lot of prowess triggers to end the game. All right, so we've got one game left for all of the day one marbles.
But Toxic gets to be on the play for this game. So
that's correct.
That is a big advantage. I do think it's a pretty pleasure matchup. Also, Toxic might have second land drop, which is, you know, a decisive advantage.
And I think there are a fair number of mentor draws where, for whatever reason, either because of what they're able to find on the top of their library or how their mana works out or whatever, they can only get one threat into play. And in that case, a proactive Annex Sentry can be very backbreaking.
Yes, agreed.
We saw that sort of thing happen in Game 1.
I mean, Mentor is a weird deck because in some ways it's quite resilient to removal. It is March to protect its creatures. It is a bunch of things that recur the creatures like Recommission and Helping Hand.
Yeah.
But against Toxic specifically, and against Annex Sentry as the removal spell, it has a lot of problems. None of that recursion works. It's hard to hold up mana for March against Toxic a lot of the time when you put your creature, you're going to be tapped out because, I don't know, you kind of just need to get them into play as soon as you possibly can. And that dynamic is going to let Annex Sentry kind of be hideously effective.
I think Suhan's hand there had no white mana.
And okay, sounds like a mulligan.
He has shipped it. How are you going to cast your Soul Partitions with no white mana? I believe you are not.
Well, I wouldn't be casting them with white mana, but, you know, that's just me.
Did 2 cards just go below deck there?
Well, I thought there was only one mulligan, but I am not sure.
All right. Well, I guess we'll see as this develops, but the first play is a Jawbone Duelist, and Suhan will go ahead and gaze it up. Yeah, I
And the
think
funny
that
thing about turn 1 Gaze in this deck is kind of the card you most want to see is a Mentor or Jin that you can put in the graveyard.
right, because that's the only way to
There
go
it
up on
is!
mana. All right, Jawbone
It's Soul
Duelist
Partition!
has been soul partitioned, so that'll come back at some point in the future when Kyousuke feels like paying for it. And we're just gonna play out a naked Annex Sentry.
Whoa. That's very strange. I wonder what Kyousuke's hand is.
All right, 3 more cards go to the graveyard, including a Monastery Mentor, and we do have the Helping Hand to bring it back. There has to be... Oh, then Otawara and Sleight of Hand, so we get the Monk trigger immediately. So there'll be something left over even if there is a backup Annex Sentry, or possibly a way to blink this... I guess we didn't see any of the, like, Yuuki Ichikawa cards in Kyosuke's list, so...
No, we didn't. But I do think that given that he was willing to run out that Annex Sentry with kind of nothing under it, the odds of the second one are pretty high.
Yeah. And in fact, there it is. So the first Annex Sentry connects past the Monk to get the first poison counter on the board, and the second one eats the Monastery Mentor. Now that one is met by... Soul Partition! Welcome back, Monastery Mentor.
Oh, man. Right. I mean, this isn't so bad. So it is true that if Kyousuke has a 5th land, the next 3 can come right back and re-exile the Mentor. But in the meantime, hopefully you can make a Monk or 2, and those Monks can help stabilize the board. It's not like Yoon is under a blisteringly fast clock here. Kyousuke's draw has been kind of anemic.
Yep, so there is land 5. We do know that there are 2 Otherworldly Gazes, so if the Annex Sentry immediately comes back down, we'll make a Monk in response, and hopefully find something to do with our next turn here. Wow, we're going to put a Meticulous Archive in the graveyard and actually keep 2 cards on top.
Oh, wow. That's terrifying.
That's pretty strong. I guess you would keep anything that puts you up on cards. Like if you found a Charter Course or something along those lines, you would probably hold on to that. But otherwise, I would assume anything that you come up with has to be a banger.
Yes, agreed.
All right, so Monk gets in, and that looks a little spooky, so Annex Sentry doesn't block it. And Suhan just passes. Now, again, if Kyousuke has nothing better to do, he can just get this Jawbone Duelist back.
Yeah, well, an interesting thing here is one reason why your opponent might make that attack is they have a Gonjo, which is pretty terrifying. Although, no, it appears to be considered.
Well, that means that he would have had access to the card under it, so maybe that's Gonjo. No, now we're going to Otherworldly Gaze. It was another... Oh, we don't know what the card was. What the second one was that was gazed to the top previously. So now the Monk is a 3/3, and now consider again the Monk is a 4/4.
All right, but now does Kyousuke have anything to say about that? For example, a bounce spell on this Monk token would undo kind of all this work.
What we have, yes, is a bounce spell.
Yeah, so... Right. I agree with Sam. I think that Kyousuke probably doesn't make this attack if he doesn't have some plan for the Monk token.
Yeah. All right, so a bunch of spells fired off to lead to Bounce Your Thing, Proliferate. 1 Annex Sentry connects, take you to 4 poison, Murex activation on end step. Now there's no more Otherworldly Gazes.
Kyousuke chose to prioritize kind of the cards of making monks with Murex, making mites with Murex, rather than replaying his Jawbone Duelist, kind of maximize his resources versus maximize his pressure. And I think I like this decision. I think here your resources are pretty limited.
All right, so we're going to try again to build up a Monk large enough to deal with an Annex Sentry. We'll start with a Consider. I think there's a Free the Fae that we can cast. The last card in hand seems to be either Recommission or Helping Hand. I couldn't see which one, but both of those are sorceries, so we need something else here. And we found a Haughty Djinn, a Doorkeeper Thrall, and 2 lands. So that's not going to do it. Oh, that last card is in fact a Surge of Righteousness.
Surge of Salvation, you mean?
Oh, yes. Surge of Salvation. So that is an instant that we can cast. So how we're going to get blown out this way, in fact, is from Fading Hope.
Yeah. And Fading Hope is a good description of Yoon's odds of winning this game.
I agree with that. 2 toxic creatures get through. Suan goes up to 6. And we may have reached the Picklock Prankster stage of this game.
Yeah, I mean, Picklock isn't terrible on this board, but I do think it's going to get overwhelmed pretty quickly.
Yeah, like it can block the Jawbone Duelist, and then you just die to Seed Core.
Yeah, that does appear to be true. It's not great at blocking Jawbone Duelist.
Yeah. Yep, here comes Picklock Prankster. Unfortunately, I think this is the opposite Picklock Prankster as the previous game. We found a helping hand. Of course, the creature does come back tapped.
And, yeah, I mean, okay, certainly the mulligans didn't help. You know, I grant that one reason Yoon's in trouble now is because of the mulligans. That's totally fair. But I do think a big factor in this game is the fact that when Annex Sentry was removed, it came back the next turn.
Yeah.
You know? It was very bad for Yoon that an entire card was invested on the Soul Partition, when Yoon is desperate for cards and every spell counts. And that card ended up being basically a bounce spell. It didn't do much for Yoon. Now, the Jawbone Duelist was a little better. The Jawbone Duelist took a long time to come back, and even when it did, wasn't meaningfully better than making a Might token. But if I'm attributing this loss on Yoon's side, I think the first Soul Partition not being like a random kill spell, a get lost or something, is a big factor in why Yoon lost here.
So there were 4 unblocked toxic, and then Proliferate was the 10th point. So congratulations to Kyousuke here for being the sole undefeated player at the end of day 1.
Interesting, yeah. The ever-enduring Toxic deck makes another run.
Yes. Well, this wouldn't be the first time that Toxic wound up at the top tables of one of these standard Japanese RCs, right? Rei Sato put this deck... I would say it was on the map when Rei won last year with it, but obviously he gave it a lot more legitimacy.
Yes, agreed.
When our opinion of it was that we were willing to put a prop on the prop sheet. Will anyone get poisoned out, yes or no? As if it were unclear whether or not the deck was real.
Well, I remember what was happening at that point in time is people were playing it a bunch on Magic Online, but had yet to have kind of a big breakout result.
Mm-hmm.
So people weren't sure how real the Magic Online thing was. Like, was it a meme?
Right.
But, yes. Additionally, I wouldn't be... my understanding is that Toxic's having quite the weekend this weekend. I know Zen Takahashi top-8 with it at the Australian RC. Props to him. I know that it has a pretty good win rate at this RC, I've been told. And I also think it's pretty incredible in Europe. So it seems like this weekend might have been a good one to play Toxic. We'll see how the US RC reacts to that. So
I have some things. I have some things that I could follow up with, but I'm thinking that maybe we should just go ahead and save further discussion for our evening stream, which will be in about 2 hours from now, as we've reached the end of day 1. So chat will be back, like I said, in about 2 hours, 8 o'clock Eastern, for the live rounds of the conclusion of the regional championships. But thanks for hanging out with me, Andrew.
Yeah, and I'll see you then, and I'll hopefully see everyone in chat then as well.
Yep. See you soon, chat. Enjoy your dinner.